Committee of the Whole is called back to order, and good afternoon. Unfortunately, we don't have a quorum, but we do have the presence of Vice Speaker Tina Rose Munoz-Barnes, Senator Canata, and Senator Chris Barnett. Hopefully, our colleagues will show up soon, and we can have a quorum. We can continue with this budget. Thank you very much. We'll continue on a recess at this time. The committee of the whole is called to order at this time. Madam Speaker, we have your amendment. This has to do with the notification of acting director or deputy director appointments. Ma'am, if you could speak to that.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment is to add a new section of the bill that would read that an appointing authority as defined in 2103.4 of this chapter shall issue written notifications regarding any appointments or detail to the positions of acting director or acting deputy director. These notifications shall be delivered to the Speaker, the Attorney General, and the Office of the Public Accountability. The notice shall be sent within 24 hours of the appointment date and should include the appointed individual's name, the start date of their acting tenure, and the anticipated duration of their appointment. Notifications shall be transmitted electronically or hand-delivered with confirmation of receipt required to ensure proper documentation and compliance with this section. So this is because we have had a lot of acting directors serving, and it's just for us to be able to track the legitimacy of documents and actions that are being taken in that acting capacity. So this will help us to track the terms of like an acting appointment or even a one-day acting appointment while someone's off island or anything like that, just because there is such a big turnover. Sometimes I'm not sure the directors were gone and that they were someone else acting in their place. So I think it's very important for us to know this on our own oversight agencies, but actually it's very good for us to know this for all agencies so that when we see documents coming through with different signatures, we can affirm that this is legitimate or not. So I just think this is going to help us keep a more transparent government. So I ask my colleagues for their support on this amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Does anyone like to speak to this? And if not, are there any objection to this amendment? I see none. Amendment passes. We are now on the next amendment. Madam Speaker, your amendment, next
Mr.
amendment.
Chair, again, thank you, colleagues. So this next amendment is again to add a new section to this chapter of the bill. This is regarding hazardous pay for the Mayor's Council of Guam personnel. This was pursuant to a bill with a public hearing, and Mayor's Council, this is their request. They apparently do not get hazardous pay for their work after Typhoon Mawar, for their work during COVID, and so this provision describes what hazardous pay would be. It's got definitions down there for duty involving physical hardship or environmental hardship, and hazardous duty which could result in serious injury or death, and natural disasters. So those are all included. And this would be, again, the Mayor's Council would work out their own rules and regs to implement this.
That's correct, Madam Speaker. And it was your bill, and we did hear it, and it was reported out. Are there any objection or anyone need to speak on this? Otherwise, if there's no objection, amendment passes. Senator Canata, we have 6 amendments from you. We'll begin with the first one, continuing appropriation authorization for Commission on Decolonization.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, page 140 to add to a new section to chapter 12 for the bill to read, continuing appropriation authorization for Commission on Decolonization, notwithstanding any provision of law allotted but unexpended balance of its funds appropriated to the Commission on Decolonization in the fiscal year of 2024 shall not lapse and shall continue to be available in the fiscal year 2025. Colleagues, I humbly ask for your support.
Thank you. Anyone need to speak on this? If not, are there any objections? Madam Senator Paris?
If I appreciate it, we can go through the lapses. How much is in there?
It's about 110,000 right now. All right. Are there any objection to this amendment? There being none, amendment passes. Now we're on the next amendment. Continue appropriation for the Guam Contractors License Board.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Page 140 to add to a new section to chapter 12 on the bill to read, continuing appropriation authorization for Guam Contractors License Board, notwithstanding any provision of law, the allotted and unexpended balance of funds appropriated to Guam Contractors License Board for fiscal year 2024 shall not lapse and shall be continued to be available in the fiscal year 2025. Colleagues, I humbly ask for your support.
Thank you, Senator Canata. And to report out to my colleagues, we don't see any money left over to carry over. But if there's anything, then it'll carry over. Are there any objection or on this? There being none, that amendment passes. Senator Canata, you have, the other one is for Department of Public Works.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To add to a new section of Chapter 12 to bill to read, continuing appropriation authorization for Department of Public Works, notwithstanding any provision of law and allotted an unexpended balance of funds appropriated to Department of Public Works for the fiscal year of 2024 shall not lapse and shall continue to be available in the fiscal year 2025. Thank you, colleagues. I humbly ask for your support.
Thank you, Senator Canata. At this point, we don't know what the amount may be, but when we did meet with the director, he advised that he doesn't anticipate any lapses. Do we have any objection to this amendment? There being none, that amendment passes. We are now the authorization for the Office of Public Accountability.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To add to a new section of Chapter 12 to the bill read, continuing appropriation authorization for the Office of Public Accountability, notwithstanding any provision of law, the allotted but unexpended balance of funds appropriated to OPA for the fiscal year of 2024 shall not lapse and shall continue to be available in 2025.
Thank you, Senator Canata. We are currently tracking about $41,000 for the Office of Public Accountability. Are there any objection to that continuing appropriation? There being none, that amendment passes.
Thank
we
you,
are
Mr.
now on the next one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, colleagues, for your support. Could, again, on page 140, to add to a new section, Chapter 12, to the bill for the bill to read, continuing appropriation authorization for Guam Board of Registration for Professional Engineers, Architects, and Land Surveyors, Appeals Board, notwithstanding any provision of law, the allotted unexpended balance of funds appropriated to the Board of Registration and Professional Engineers, Architects, and Land Surveyors, Appeals, for the fiscal year of 2024 shall not lapse and shall continue to be available in the fiscal year of 2025. Colleagues,
Thank you, Senator Canata. My colleagues, we are tracking so far no lapses. But if there's any, it'll probably be very minimal. Are there any objection to this continuing appropriation? There being none, it is passed. Now we move to the next one. The next one is Department of Parks and Rec, Guam Historic Resource Division.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On page 140, colleagues, the new section, Chapter 12, for the bill to read, continuing appropriation authorization for Department of Parks and Recreation, Guam Historic Resources Division, notwithstanding any other provision of law, the allotted and unexpended balance of funds appropriated to Department of Parks and Recreation, Guam Historic Resources Division for fiscal year 2024 shall not lapse and shall continue to be available in the fiscal year of 2025.
Thank you, Senator Canata. At this point, we're tracking that they anticipate none. All right? And they have a new SO in their shop. So as soon as if we get any additional information, we'll provide it to the colleagues if there's going to be any lapse. All right? Are there any objection to this amendment? There being none, the amendment passes. We're now at Senator Barnett. Yours is the GPD unexpended fund from fiscal. It's pretty much the same.
Hazardous, Mr. Chair, I asked my colleagues' support of this amendment as GPD. I just spoke with the chief on lunch, and they still have the funds for the police memorial, as well as I think a balance of funds to complete the cycle that's paid out of this fiscal year budget. So I asked my colleagues' support to allow the Guam Police Department to hang on to their lapses into the next fiscal year. Hazardous.
That's correct, Senator Barnett. What we're seeing is there is some money, but it's for the ongoing projects and also for the cycle. Are there any objection to this amendment? None. Amendment passes. Senator Barnett, you have another one for DOC.
Hazardous, Mr. Chair, yes, same. DOC's lapses. This amendment will allow them to hang on to the lapses. I'm not sure how much they're tracking in lapses.
Currently, Senator Barnett, there's really nothing.
Okay.
They're trying to keep up and pay for their cycle.
And this is a similar situation as to last year, is when we inquired about the lapses. I think it was actually a negative balance because they were creeping up on the end of the fiscal year, and I think they had some overtime to pay out. So whatever they have, I'd like them to hang on to it.
Thank you, Senator Barnett. Are there any objection to that to this amendment? There being none, amendment passes. We are now on, Madam Speaker, you have CLT Infrastructure and Survey Fund. Appropriation on this section, Madam Speaker.
Take a short recess, please.
Madam Speaker, we have your amendment, ma'am. It's the CLTC Infrastructure and Survey Fund, appropriation section CC2 of Chapter 5 of this bill shall continue quarterly until excess collection meet $9 million.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So this, earlier in the budget bill, we had allocated $9 million if there is any excess collections of revenue for FY2025 for that infrastructure for the CLTC project. And the language says from first quarter. So this is just to allow it to continue quarterly in case it does not meet $9 million in the first quarter.
That's correct, ma'am. Are there any objection to this, or anybody do we need to speak on it? If not, I'm going to ask if there's any objection to this.
Mr. Chair,
Madam Vice?
if you can have her explain this one more time again. She said, so the previous amendment that was passed was the continuing appropriations for 2025 on the $9 million, right? That was passed earlier.
That's correct. That passed, but this is just to make sure that in case they don't, when they do reach the 9, they'll get it. Madam Speaker, maybe you can speak to that.
Can you just reiterate that
Sure,
again?
yes. So the amendment, the original amendment that passed appropriates $9 million from FY25 excess based on the first quarter CRER. And in case there isn't $9 million in the first quarter, this allows it to continue until it meets $9 million, into the second quarter.
Okay.
That's all.
Thank you.
All right. Are there any objection to this amendment? I see Senator Blas, you look kind of hesitant. Senator Tyree, you have a question?
Yes, I do, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
We're on the CLT Infrastructure and Survey Fund. Is that the one we're on right now?
Survey fund, that's correct.
Yeah, I just wanted
And
to.
that's already in the bill, you know.
Right,
you
right. I
realize
just
that.
wanted
Okay.
to verify. Okay.
Yeah, it is. It's just to continue in the event it doesn't make the 9. When it makes the 9, then it'll make sure it goes to CLTC. That's all it is.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Blas, nothing? Are there any objection? I see none. That motion passes. That amendment passes. Senator Tyree, and also co-sponsored by Senator Guåhan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, this is just an appropriation and transfer of fiscal year 2024 excess revenue from the Tourist Attraction Fund to the Guam Visitors Bureau, notwithstanding any of the provisions of law. The unexpended balance of the TAF in fiscal year FY 2024 is hereby appropriated to the Guam Visitors Bureau for the purpose of maintaining programs relative to marketing Guam as a destination, and that the Department of Administration shall transfer the funds to GVB no later than October 7th, 2024 for FY25, Mr. Chair. And this is basically was in the FY25, 24 budget that was recently passed. The language is there, Mr. Chair, to allow GVB to take any excess revenue from 2024. However, this one amendment gives them the money up front in the first week of October of the next fiscal year. And we found that there's a lot of times there's a delay. One way or another, there's a delay, and DOA is not giving out the funding in time. So we're trying to make sure that they get this money up front. That's it.
All right, thank you. Senator Tyree, is there any objection on this amendment? I see none. That motion passes. We are now at Senator Barnett. Employment of, this is the one for the medical examiner's office. Yes, sir.
Si dos Mr. Chair. Yes, this amendment codifies and establishes in the government of Guam the position of medical legal death investigator. And this is derived from a bill I had introduced that already had a public hearing and received positive testimony and support from the Chief Medical Examiner, Dr. Jeffrey Nine, as well as Attorney General Doug Moylan. And just for my colleagues' information, the position of a medical legal death investigator is kind of like the outreach of the Chief Medical Examiner when the medical examiner is not on island or otherwise unable to go to the scene. It's actually these medical legal death investigators who show up at the scene and are responsible for the custody of the body. And the role of the medical legal death investigator is to investigate any death that falls under the jurisdiction of the ME or coroner, including any suspicious, violent, unexplained, or unexpected deaths. The medical legal death investigator is responsible for the dead person, whereas local law enforcement's jurisdiction is responsible for the scene. The medical legal death investigator performs scene investigations emphasizing information developed from the decedent and determines the extent to which further investigation is necessary. A medical legal death investigator should have a combination of education and skills encompassing areas of medicine and law. And so the position does require certification that is readily available to individuals who are on Guam, and I believe that there's a staffer with the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner who is going to migrate over into this position as she has the experience to do so. And really the impetus for the bill was a meeting I had with Dr. Jeffrey Nine, and he had basically said that in pretty much every jurisdiction across the U.S., these positions exist. And they exist to kind of close the gap between the roles and the duties of the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner and the roles and the duties of law enforcement. And I'd just like to note that I've heard of different cases where you had the law enforcement show up at the scene and there was no representation from the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. And a lot of times law enforcement, of course, they're trained to investigate the scenes of the crime, but there are many forensic things and other examinations that the Chief Medical Examiner's office and these medical legal death investigators can do at a scene. And so what has happened is scenes have been open, investigated, closed by the Guam Police Department with little to no involvement of the Chief Medical Examiner. And that's not just to imply that there's anything sinister or suspicious about that. That's just to say that we have responded to and closed cases without that kind of scientific medical perspective and involvement. And to me, anytime we're talking about deaths, especially ones that are suspicious, you have to have the science and the representation of the medical examiner and the office to really make those determinations and those findings that can allay any concerns about, foul play or, natural cause death. So I ask my colleagues' support of the bill, the amendment, and see those Masi, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Barnett. I don't think we need discussion. Are there any objection to this? Or you want to discuss this? All right, Senator Blas.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I like the idea. And it'll provide that extra help that's necessary for the medical examiner. I think we all know, some of the problems that exist within that area. A couple of questions, though, that need to be asked is, it says the Office of Postmortem Examinations Chief Medical Examiner may employ registered and certified medical legal death investigators. How many investigators are we talking about?
Senator Barnett, do you yield to that question?
I sure will, Mr. Chair. Well, the Chief Medical Examiner had said that in a perfect island, a perfect scenario, the office would ask for 4 positions, but we're just trying to get this position codified and officially allow it to exist in the government of Guam. And although they're asking for 4, and they're saying they need 4, I believe that they actually have a staffer who, again, is going to migrate over into this position and be able to fill this role almost immediately.
Okay.
Does that suffice?
It'll suffice for now, but because the second question that the author, if he can yield to, is With regard to compensating this death investigator, does the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner have enough funding to be able to absorb and to pick up this employee?
Are you posing a question
Yes,
again? Senator
posing
Barnett, do you want to yield to that question?
Yes, sir, I believe they would use their existing budget to pick up the staffer, Mrs. Bamba, she's been with the CME for a long time, and, you know, for all intents and purposes, has already kind of been performing the duties of this position without, you know, the official title or the official recognition.
Okay, well, if the author is confident that they have, you know, it's there, I have no problem.
Thank you. Does anyone else need to speak? Our Senator, Vice Speaker.
Yeah, I just wanted to confirm that because I wanted to ask, one, where was the funding coming from? And it's not in the fiscal year 2025, is it? I'm just wondering. I mean,
It's currently not budgeted because it's to create the position. Then as the author mentioned, they'll take it out that money if they're going to hire somebody. They'll figure it out. I'm not too sure how it's going to work. Maybe Senator Barnett can answer that.
well, I yield that question then to the author.
Yes,
because
please.
I know previously, where's the funding source? How was it created? What is it going to do? Does it need a standalone bill? Did it go through all that process? Sir, just
Okay.
asking.
Yield that
Sidus
to
Masi, Mr.
Senator
Chair.
Barnett.
So, as I had said before, the position is slated to be filled by an existing staffer, and so the staff would vacate that position and then just kind of migrate over to the medical legal death investigator.
Can you turn on your mic,
Mr.
ma'am, so we can pose that question?
I just wanted to yield because of the way I understand it, I thought that office is still a part of a government agency and wouldn't have to go through the merit process. I'm just wanting to make sure.
Senator Barnett,
Oh, it does.
Senator Barnett, can you? Senator Barnett, if you can yield to that, it's about the process. I mean,
Sure, yeah, well, then I'm assuming that the staffer would apply for the position through the regular process, and, you know, I'm not guaranteeing it's going to be this staffer or any particular applicant, but, you know, yes, of course, we'll run it through the process as we always do.
All right, Madam Vice, does that suffice?
So, Mr. Chair, based on this, you're saying that the answer was it was coming from the fiscal year budget? So is this position already existing? No?
No, the position doesn't exist. This is creating it, and currently we don't have a medical examiner, so there's money there again.
So can we just take a moment's recess? So
A
that I
moment
can-
recess at this time. Are we good now, Madam Vice? You okay? And we'll proceed? I sense an objection to it, so.
No, sir.
Okay,
I-
so let me gavel it in. Committee holds call back to order. Madam Vice, you still have the floor.
I just want to share my concerns. I didn't object to this because I did support the intent. I know that there are training requirements to this effort. I just want to share with you, Mr. Chair, that it's about parity here, and why some positions are created during this process. I don't even know if there's a notwithstanding provision on here, but yet when it comes to others, then you have to go through the whole process. So I was just bringing up a matter of concern. You know, it's like what's good for the goose is not good for the gander.
Correct.
But yes, I know the importance of this amendment.
Yes, ma'am. Senator Barnett, do you need to close on this so we can call for the vote?
Sidus Masi, Mr. Chair. I just thank my colleagues for the debate and the.
Oh,
Sorry.
Madam Speaker, you wanted to speak?
Mr. Chair, thank you. This bill was heard by my committee, and there was a recommendation made by the chief medical examiner at the time that I'd like to incorporate into this amendment. Subsections F and G, I'd move to strike those, to delete F and G, C1FG.
And can you please explain why?
Yes.
Some of the colleagues are asking that.
Because the chief medical examiner is trying to follow this ABMDI standards, American Board of Medical Legal Death Investigators standards, and those are not part of it. So that's not necessary standards. The F and G would be, my amendment would be to remove the requirement for a psychological testing and a polygraph exam.
All right, my colleagues, we are now in an amendment to the amendment. And I see Senator Blas's hand. Senator Blas?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, while I can appreciate Chief Medical Examiner saying that it's not part of standard for American Board of Death Investigators, it's a standard for Guam, for any investigator, you know, that we have in law enforcement. You know, when you, especially when you use the term death investigator, I mean, that's, okay, that's investigation, that's law enforcement, I mean, and so to submit to psychological testing and submit to pass a polygraph exam, that's a standard practice for here on Guam, for any position within law enforcement, and you know, one of the things that I'm trying to wrap my head around here is what we call death investigators. I mean, does this fall under that category, you know, of law enforcement? And, you know, because there is that gray area, I would like to err on the side of caution in making sure that it's consistent with what our standards are for law enforcement, for those individuals that we have already have designations and have position descriptions as investigators within the government of Guam. So I'm going to have to object to the amendment.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak to the amendment? To the amendment as amended? Oh, wait. To the amendment.
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
As amended, okay. Hold on. This is amendment to the amendment, okay? Does anyone want to speak to that before I turn it back to the author of the amendment? Senator Barnett?
Sidus Masi, Mr. Chair. Support the amendment to the amendment, and I think it's in line with the Chief Medical Examiner's desire to not have medical legal death investigators fall under the law enforcement category. And I think that these F and G are tenets of, you know, things that you have to do when you're in law enforcement, and I think it's needed in here, so I support the amendment.
Okay. Anyone else like to speak to the amendment? The amendment to the amendment? There being none, Madam Speaker, if you can go ahead and close on it.
Sidus Masi, yes. So, yeah, this is directly from the testimony of the chief medical examiner. He asked that those words be removed. He says the MDI position is not law enforcement and should never be treated as such. These are unnecessary requirements that are not part of ABMDI, which is the American Board of Medical Legal Death Investigators. It's not part of ABMDI certification or suggestion. Furthermore, polygraph exams are not recognized as forensically valid tools. And thank you. That's for their medical investigations, Mr. Chair. As you know, these are just like the chief medical examiner himself is not a law enforcement officer. He is a medical investigator. He's a medical person. That's why the standards are totally different. They use ABMDI. And he wants us to be consistent with all the other jurisdictions that have this type of position, that we follow this standard, so that we can be able to attract these types of people and make their job descriptions consistent, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleagues, there's an objection. All in favor of the amendment to the amendment, please raise your hand. Okay, it's an amendment to the amendment. Motion fails. We're back to the amendment, the original amendment. Senator Barnett?
If I still have the floor, then I'd like to.
What floor were you referring to, ma'am? You finished your amendment? Are we back to you on this?
Yeah, I'm still talking on the amendment. Then I'd like to move to remove F. Again, even the chief medical examiner is not required to submit to a psychological testing in order for us to hire him as the chief medical examiner. This person is working for the chief medical examiner and assisting that person in their duties. They're not assisting Guam Police Department or any other law enforcement. They're only assisting the chief medical examiner in his duties, which do not require even him to be psychologically tested. And I really believe that's going to delay us from filling this position. And in the absence of a chief medical examiner on Guam, it's going to delay again the investigations that we are trying to ensure will actually take place by this amendment. So this amendment allows for the hiring of this person to work under the chief medical examiner in this medical position and proceed with his work or her work while they are off island, and so that they can proceed with these things. As you know, when we didn't have a chief medical examiner before on island, everything got delayed.
Madam Speaker, I'm trying to understand, you're speaking and you mentioned about deleting something. Are you asking for a reconsideration?
Yeah,
Okay,
yes. I was going to do one,
track.
but I'll ask for reconsideration,
Okay.
Mr. Chair. Reconsideration to delete F and G.
Okay, we're going to go back to reconsider the vote of the body, correct? Okay. There's a motion to reconsider the vote of the body on the previous amendment to the amendment. Do I have an objection to that? No, so we're back to reconsider the action of the body, okay? Now, we're back to the amendment as amended. Are there an objection to the amendment? To the amendment? Is there an objection or not? There's no objection? Amendment passes. Now let's move on to on the amendment as amended. Senator Barnett, do you need to close? If not, we'll go ahead and ask for if there's any objection or not, and we'll move on. Do you need to close?
Si Diyos masi, Mr. Chair, I'll waive my closing. And thank you to my colleagues for their support of the amendment. Si Diyos masi.
All right, we're now at the amendment as amended. Are there any objection to the amendment as amended? There are no objection? No? All right, no objection. Motion passes. We are now at, Madam Speaker, you have your amendment. University of Guam shall include Juris Doctorate. Ma'am?
Yes, Mr. Chair. So this amendment was supposed to require that the University of Guam, when they make their career priority listing for the JU Torres Pro Tech Awards, that they include Juris Doctorate or law degrees because of the lack of lawyers that we are now facing. This is a unique situation we're in now. They had stopped recognizing pro techs for law for several years now. But I'm going to withdraw this amendment, Mr. Chair, because it's my understanding, after I introduced it, I saw an email from the Guam Bar. They are soliciting input from the Guam Bar. They have already requested to UOG that this be included, and they're soliciting input from the Guam Bar to support their request. So I'm just hoping this will take care of itself in their normal process where they set the priorities. What does Guam need? Why do we have a shortage? And can it be addressed with the Protect? So I'm going to withdraw this amendment.
All right, thank you,
respectfully,
ma'am.
Mr. Chair.
We are now still with you. I don't think we need to make a motion. It just didn't. It wasn't proffered. Okay, we're going to treat it as that. Madam Speaker, you have another amendment, and it's dealing with Public Defender Service Corporation, a strike on the Office of Attorney General. I mean, you'd have to word it, ma'am. Read the amendment so we can.
Sure.
figure
Okay,
out
so
what it
this
is.
is to amend that section 20 of the bill, page 129, that currently talks about, that allows for contractual hire for FY25 only. So, excuse me. So, this is a request by the Attorney General's office that they be allowed by these amendments in subsection C and D to hire contractually for FY25. They are short, very short of prosecutors and other attorneys, and they want to hire on a contractual basis until they are able to fill these positions. And so they are actively recruiting. They, the Attorney General expressed to me he seemed very optimistic he's going to be able to fill these positions on a classified permanent basis, but in the interim they're really jeopardizing many cases by not allowing them to fill this at least contractually for FY25 for the interim, Mr. Chair. So that would be the amendment.
Thank you. Anyone like to speak to this amendment? I see none. Are there any objection to the amendment? There is none. Amendment passes. We are now on Senator Brown. Your amendment, ma'am. You're on the Guam Public Library.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I don't know if this amendment's going to pass. Probably not, because I guess some of my colleagues are intending to increase their budgets by $20,000. You know, and our other colleague mentioned, you know, the legislature needs more money, but I'll tell you, I don't think the public has ever quite stomached continued increases to the Guam Legislature, least of all to our salaries. But good luck with anyone who wants to pursue that. We had like 4 or 5 senators not too many terms ago that got unelected advocating and supporting pay raises. I guess the public, for whatever reason, has a different view. And certainly I'm very concerned about the fact that our library system, finding out that while we have these village libraries, we are unable to keep them operating at least 5 or 6 days a week for members of our community and our children to be able to go, to have a place where they can learn, where they can perhaps do their homework, a place where they can have a safe environment if they're not able to have that environment at home, and be able to continue to grow. And right now, even with this 1.3, 1.5, 1.7, however you want to look at it, depending on what numbers you're adding up, between local and federal funds, billion-dollar budget, critical areas like our public library system that provide, even in today's modern society of technology, which the libraries also offers that to our community, we're unable to keep our libraries open. And that to me is concerning. I'm very disappointed about the fact that while we, you know, advertise all the other things we're able to do in the government, we can't even do something as basic as that, something that many of us here had the opportunity to grow up with and be exposed to. And I think we can manage with what we have. I mean, a colleague brought up about parity. We need to have more parity between the majority and minority. You know, this is like the issue we were talking about earlier today with the Guam Police Department. We raise the Guam Police Department salary, then it begins a domino effect, and every other law enforcement gets raised, and the Guam Police Department's back at square one again. Well, in this particular case, we're simply looking at what currently is in this budget, what our colleagues authorized earlier in this budget bill, to increase all senators by an additional $20,000. Not one, not five, but 20. And odds are, Mr. Chair, I don't know, I haven't looked at anybody's numbers, but odds are fairly good I probably spend the least of anyone here, so I guess I can stand on my soapbox. I just think at this time, when there are still these needs that are out there that we should be supportive of, and if we were, maybe if we funded the public library system, I wouldn't have a problem. I'd say, sure, hey, why not? But I just think when we can't meet what we say are basic services of the government, that we have not been able to provide for some time, that this budget itself, even with the additional 30% of the funding that passed in an amendment a few days ago to give the library a couple other $100,000, is still not going to provide them the resources they need to keep these libraries operating with enough time to be of value within the individual village communities. So I am offering this amendment to reduce our legislative budget by another $300,000, which I think adds up to about $20,000 times 15, and give that money to the Guam Public Library. So that's my amendment, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Brown. Does anyone like to speak to this amendment? Senator Blas?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I stand in support of this amendment, and for all the reasons that were articulated by the author of the amendment. You know, I've had very grave concerns, and I've expressed this earlier, while this budget basically reflects one of the largest budgets in the history of the government of Guam, and rightly so, people can say that, the price of goods went up, therefore, the taxes derived, have gone up as well. That said, though, we've also heard the conversations here that as much as we have in the budget, there were obviously some very critical shortfalls that still exist within the services that the public should be able to expect from its government. And something as simple as the Guam Public Library, I have to agree. The government of Guam has invested hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars of being able to put infrastructure into at least 5 of the villages, so that you can have a place where individuals, where people can go and partake and do the things that you would normally do in a library. But then, after we've done that, unfortunately, with this administration, they decided they don't want to fund it. Okay, they don't want to fund the necessity. They don't see the need for its continued operations, and that's the sad part about it. Okay, and granted, I recognize that this $300,000. Yes, can my office appreciate the increase? I'm not going to lie. Yes, but at the same time, I can't stand here and say, look, guys. I mean, this administration has not been able to fund the basic necessities of the government. Again, I want to thank the Office of Finance and Budget for trying to thin it out so that we can address these areas. But their hands are tied as well too, and they shouldn't have been put in that predicament. We should not have been put into this predicament. Again, as the good senator had stated, had this funding been provided to the public library as a necessity for the community, this amendment would not have existed. Had we been able to provide the funding necessary to be able to provide those services to the people that they should expect from the government, then we wouldn't see the need for an amendment like this. But because of their failure, we're going to have to step up. We need to step up for the people. And so for that, I stand in full support of this amendment. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Anyone else like to speak to this amendment? I see none. Are there any objection to this amendment? We have one objection in front of me. All in favor of this amendment? You need to close on this, ma'am? All right. All in favor of this amendment, please raise your hand. Amendment fails. Thank you. Now we're at Senator St. Nicholas. Your amendment, sir. Senator St. Nicholas, your amendment.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. One moment. Let me pull it out here. All right, sir, this is to add a new section to Chapter 12 of the bill to read, section lease of lot number 7161-R1 Jigo, Guam to the Guam Motorsports Association. Notwithstanding any other provision of law, the Chamorro Land Trust Commission shall lease a portion of or all of lot number 7161-R1 Jigo, Guam to the Guam Motorsports Association or its successor entity for the purpose of operation of a raceway related to support facilities and various outdoor events. The CLTC shall negotiate the terms of the non-commercial lease of lot number 7161-R1 Jigo, Guam with the Guam Motorsports Association within 90 days of the enactment of this act. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So really what I want to do is I want to try to get this, get these kids off the streets, give them back some place where they can do their recreation. A couple months ago, I was up there, maybe a year ago, I think it was, and I saw the tremendous, the tremendous value it brought to the community. Not only the kids who were on motorbikes, and I mean, just amazing. And then you also had the grounds used by GCC for training bus drivers, and it was just I mean, this raceway just brings together everybody from the community. Everyone, doesn't matter what color you are. I saw every color of the rainbow, all God's colors up there. Everybody was out there. It was just amazing. It brought everybody in this island together. And you know, they have places for people to go swim. We got pools. They got places where people can go play soccer. They got places where people can go and play football. But there's no place for people to go and race and dirt bike and trailing. It's just, this brings such a value to the community, and it shouldn't have been left to rot the way we have allowed it to. We should have continued the lease, and having this amendment will speed up the process, get these racers off the streets. I was just talking to one of my employees, a young man. He still goes to Southern High School, and he goes, you know, first I said, hey, you ever seen a senator work hard like this? He goes, I've never worked with a senator before. But, you know, I said, you know, I really want to save the raceway. And he goes, Senator, you know, I live down in Guåhan, and every Friday, every weekend, they use the Dun strip for racing. And, you know, this place was a place to prevent illegal racing. This place is a place where to keep people off the streets and keep the recreation safe. And I believe this thing saves lives, and I wish we can all cooperate together to return this track back to the people who need it the most. And you know, who knows? Maybe one day we get an Olympic athlete, you know, who started there, or and you know, this raceway is just one of those other things that we can show to the world, that we can throw a world-class event, you know. And they've had many times, many years they've done that. And this is a gem that we're not really valuing. And this amendment just is trying to rectify something that we shouldn't have let rot, and bring back a track that's really much needed. for the recreation of our youth and sports and racing enthusiasts. This is an amazing bill, a wonderful bill, and I ask my colleagues for their support. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator San Nicolas.
Mr. Chair.
Anyone would like to speak to the amendment?
Can we get a
Madam
1 minute
Speaker?
recess? I have an amendment, but can we just get a 1 minute recess, Mr. Chair?
Okay, let's take a 1 minute recess then. But actually, we should proceed. But does anyone else would like to speak? Because she's got an amendment. Or you want to hear the amendment first? Okay. We'll take a 1 minute recess. Anyone else want to speak other than waiting for the amendment? Just you probably, huh? Okay. 1 minute recess. Committee of the whole is called back to order. All right. We have, we're still on Senator Nicholas' amendment. If I'm correct, Madam Speaker, you wanted to speak on this and maybe proffer an amendment. Let me see if it's printed in. It's being processed right now to be printed. Let's go back to recess while we're getting the thing printed and then be passed out. Over in a couple minutes. We're on recess. Committee of the Whole is called back to order. Madam Speaker, you have the floor. You said you had an amendment. I see three. Hey, three for, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So on the amendment, the amendment before us is same topic of a bill that I had introduced, Bill 287-37, together with Senator Barnett, which would authorize the Chamorro Land Trust to subdivide and enter into commercial lease for a portion of the lot in GIGO for the operation of a raceway, and to repeal the previous law that was dictating otherwise, and that law was unable to be fulfilled. So we did have a hearing on our bill. It's the provisions of this amendment to the budget bill do not reflect that bill that had a public hearing, and so I would just like to express some concerns and suggest some amendments. First of all, of course, the property belongs to the Chamorro Land Trust, and it did not lay idle on purpose. It was because the lease got terminated because they violated the terms of the lease. And there was an exclusive right to use that property given to Guam Racing Federation, and they violated the terms. One of the violations was an extreme mining of the area beyond permits and beyond the plans that they had submitted to the Chamorro Land Trust. The Chamorro Land Trust was working with the Guam Racing, a new Guam Racing Federation board, I guess, to open the lease, and came upon legal issues and decided they need a bill to pass in order to remove any legal impediments based on the previous law. So we introduced a bill. It was very clearly listing the terms that the CLTC supported. They sent testimony. They said they support the provisions of the bill. The bill gave some details that were really obtained from the commercial leasing restrictions that talk about who's going to pay the taxes, that the entity is going to make sure that they hold harmless the government of Guam and the CLTC, especially from harm from use of the property. What the insurance has to be in order for coverage for CLTC and those using the property. It prohibited mineral extraction. It took care of all those things so that the CLTC could quickly enter into a lease. The amendment before us now is very specifically naming one association and asking for the CLTC to enter into an agreement with this association only or that they could avail only for these provisions of this amendment would be to lease all or a portion of the lot. Only this one association. And as you know, that was testified, there are very many activities that go on up there. The property is 250 acres, approximately maybe 50 acres of that 250 are facilities for the operation of the raceway. So my first concern is that the Chamorro Land Trust Commission, this is not what they proposed nor what they supported. Number two, this is mandating that the Chamorro Land Trust shall negotiate with this one association almost regardless of what the Chamorro Land Trust Association finds in their negotiations with this party. For example, if in normal negotiations for health insurance, we deal with all the parties and we go with the best one, the one that makes the best offer. That's not the case here. They're mandating that no matter who proposes to use this property, whose offers come in for operation of a raceway, that they must release it to this one entity. It also says that the Chamorro Land Trust shall negotiate the terms of a non-commercial lease. To be honest with you, Mr. Chair, the Chamorro Land Trust only does 3 types of leases: residential, agricultural, or commercial. And if it's a non-commercial lease, I'm not sure what they're trying to avoid by that, by saying it's non-commercial, except commercial leases, like I said earlier, we know exactly who's going to pay the taxes, who's going to cover for damages and insurance and liability. We know exactly who is going to, mineral extraction is prohibited in commercial leases. All of those things, they've already been hammered out by previous legislatures prior to us, and all those terms are very clear, and the Chamorro Land Trust is able to move quickly to negotiate every single term from scratch within 90 days, I believe, is really going to be a challenge. But I think the Chamorro Land Trust is up, they want this property to be used. They were even amenable to it being used as a raceway, at least portions of it, because they recognize the importance of that. But they don't think they should be forced again to give it away to any party that does not want to treat the land with the respect and the follow the rules or comply with protections of the government or the CLTC throughout the duration of that lease. So my first amendment, Mr. Chair, is to remove the words, so please start with where there are 3 amendments passed out. So the first one should be where the bottom line is double underlined. The last clause or sentence is double underlined. And the word non-commercial is struck through, and that's it. That's my amendment number 1. It says,
All right.
okay, it says 1 on the top. Thank you.
Yes.
So the clerk put 1 in parentheses on the top. Thank you.
All right.
So this was to delete the words non-commercial, so that, again, so the CLTC is not bound, and because the term non-commercial is not definable either, this would leave them to do a lease that they feel that they can legally do. And they do have legal counsel now, so I hope that he will be able to advise them on that. The last sentence is that I'm adding is any alterations to the property shall be approved by the CLTC, who is the owner of the property, and mineral extraction is prohibited and should not be included in the terms of the lease or license. This is, again, one of the requirements of all commercial leases, and it's a particular requirement for this property in light of the history of this property, Mr. Chair. And so that's my first amendment, Mr. Chair. And I really want to support the sponsor's amendment to add this to our budget bill, even though there's a separate bill that we have to authorize this with very specific terms. But I'm asking the body to really respect the Chamorro Land Trust here. They came in very clearly and testified. There was even testimony from the employees that said they don't even want to do it at all, that they think they're under so much pressure to issue residential leases and to give away 250 acres of property without moving on the commercial leases was like against everything that they had worked for all these years. And I'm sure that the bill before them at that time was to lease it out and for them to develop the terms with some restrictions, particularly the taxes and the insurance liability, all of those things, Mr. Chair. So they're not opposed to leasing it out. So I want to support the underlying amendment, but I'm hoping that my colleagues will also support the Chamorro Land Trust in their endeavor to ensure that their first priority is to get residential leases. And in order to do that, they need to have some protections as well. So again, that would be my first amendment, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Anyone would like to speak to the amendment? Looking for hands. I don't see any hands. Senator Blas?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, if the author can yield to a question with regard to mineral extraction.
Madam Speaker, there's a question being prepared to be posed to you.
This mineral, can you go ahead and define, what do you mean by extraction?
Madam Speaker?
This is the same sentence or term that is used in the law that was passed by the 33rd Guam Legislatures. Before I became a senator, they passed a law regarding all commercial leases and prohibiting mineral extraction on any commercial lease, and that would be subject to different terms. So this is the same. They use that word mineral extraction.
So does the extraction basically mean take out of the ground and take off the property? Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that this is a term meaning quarrying, or the mineral, meaning the aggregate, the aggregate such as what was removed around the drag strip. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not sure if you saw photos of that, but yeah, significant removal of that aggregate that they were selling for high value.
All right, Senator Blas, that suffice? Anyone else like to speak on this amendment? To the amendment? If not, Senator Brown?
Mr. Chairman, I know we're doing the budget bill, even though this particular amendment that's being proffered here has nothing to do with the budget bill. I'm one of those original senators that actually were here in the legislature when this land was put aside to build this Raceway Park. And I have to actually ask my colleagues, I have no objection to the Raceway Park continuing. What I do have a concern with is our interjecting ourselves in the process and mandating all the way down to who is going to be operating the Raceway Park. We're in this unfortunate situation because there was a lot of mismanagement with regards to the Raceway Park. A lot of mismanagement with regards to the extraction of gravel that was taken out of there that was not accounted for, not compensated to the land trust as was required under the agreement. And that responsibility that happened and why these things happened certainly fall on the shoulders of both the previous organization that was running the Raceway Park and the land trust itself for not being as aggressive as they should have been in making sure that the land was being properly used for its intended purposes and that the compensation that was due the land trust was paid to the land trust. But my colleagues, unless you're willing to tell the Chamorro people out there and those that qualify under the 1950 Organic Act that their concerns about obtaining property, their concerns about money not being available to properly do surveys, infrastructure that we all hear they need, because many of the people that live on the land trust properties are living in substandard homes. Most of these homes they built themselves and put together so they can have shelter for their families. I don't know, I'm not the major leader of Chamorro rights on Guam. Maybe it's just my Chamorro half that's talking today. But unless you're willing to do that and tell them and slam the door in their face, which is really what we're doing here if we allow this amendment to go through. Why are we not allowing this bill to go through the public hearing process? We know there's advocates out there, and by all means, they should be supportive of wanting to have the Raceway Park back in operation. But boy, aren't we politicizing this process. We're going to say, oh, we have the power to do it, so we should do what we want. And the hell with everybody else. The hell with the people of Guam. The heck with the Chamorro people of Guam that are entitled to these lands. That's the only issue here. If this was a private Raceway Park, we wouldn't be having this discussion. If this land was extracted simply as Gov Guam property, we would not be having this discussion because we could say, okay, the government of Guam decided we're going to put this land aside for this purpose. But the government gave this land to the Chamorro Land Trust, as it did with many acres that was not claimed by the government or government agencies. We know that process. And as imperfect, trust me, I've spent more time than anyone here reviewing the records and documents of the Chamorro Land Trust and frustration with the mismanagement. But if we really believe that the intent behind the creation of the land trust was to ensure the future ability of the Chamorro people of Guam to be able to have this land for their use, then we need to think very carefully about what we are doing here today. Maybe we don't have Unghit here in the hall anymore. Maybe because he's not here and he's passed away, the message and the championship of what he did doesn't matter to too many people in here. And trust me, back in the day, I just thought he was a little too radical even for me. But in retrospect, when you look at the intent and the mission and the agenda, then I go, you know what? I didn't care for the way he went about doing it, but I appreciate what he did. Because as time goes on, less of our people will have land here. This is quite a generous gift, 200 plus acres. How many homes or farms could be built on those acres? See, that's the only conflict, is this is under the Chamorro Land Trust unless colleagues are willing to take it out. Because otherwise the land trust becomes a joke. We give it, but you know, yeah, people, we got you covered, but when it's convenient, we just take what we want. And we are also responsible for the situation the land trust is still in today, all these 30 years later. That so many of our own people live in substandard living environments because we've not provided the infrastructure. My goodness. My good colleague here, Senator Lujan's even, you know, the concern of people, the people coming to him saying, hey, I want to get water and power, but I can't get water and power only to find out that they were given the wrong property. That their homes that they built their lives on are sitting on federal land because often we didn't go out and survey and we didn't verify title. And this is what we handed to our people because we're handing them a promise. But that promise in some cases turned out to be an actual lie. Because we wanted to implement it, but we didn't do it the right way. So while you are advocates here, for those of you that are advocates for the Raceway, and like I said, I have no problem with the Raceway. I would very much like to see the Raceway continue like I want to see, even though I don't golf, you know, have the golf course in Dededo continue as a golf course. But if we are going to abuse our authority because all of a sudden, wow, we got the power of the people, and we're going to turn our backs on the Chamorro Land Trust, and by all means, colleagues, do this vote. When you're out there talking to our people that don't have these resources and live less than we would want our people to live, then I don't know, man, maybe you can put many different faces on your face and lie to them and tell them how you're there to support them. But when the time comes, we want to take the power given to us by the people and abuse it because this is what we want. This is what this special interest group wants. Why don't we do it the right way? Let this bill go through public hearing. Let the decisions be made, and then have the Land Trust Board, unless you're going to tell them, we're so respectful to them when we are here. Now, we're so kind. But yet, when their backs are turned, we're going to be the first ones to extract that authority from them. All this a day, we're going to support them at the public hearing. You got my vote. You put them on the commission, and then you ignore them. I'm dumbfounded that I'm even the one sitting here advocating for this. But I think, colleagues, think very carefully about what you're doing. You're going to throw something in the budget bill that really is totally unrelated to the budget. Because you know what? I don't know what the governor's thoughts are. I haven't talked to her in the last 6 years. I have no idea. But we're going to shove this down to her and the rest of the Chamorro people, whether they like it or not. Because we want a race. The heck with the dignity, the heck with the pride, the heck with our history, the heck with our ancestry. But let's go make sure they're properly buried up there at EPOW Point. Let's make sure we do that. When it comes time to recognizing the needs of our people out there that are living, that are descendants of our native people, a majority of them are descendants of our native people, we're going to intercede and we're going to extract that decision. We're going to mandate they shall do this and they shall do that. And we're going to hold up the whole operation of the government of Guam, and we're going to throw this into the Budget Act. Hafanatano iman samoro. just because you have the power to do it temporarily, should not abuse your authority on the floor of this legislature. Think about that. Why is it so hard to do the right thing? Because we think this is politically expeditious, because we think we're going to get support, we're going to be the hero. Yeah, we need a hero. It's so hard to do the right thing. This decision should be negotiated with the Land Trust Commission and this organization, or whichever other sports organization wants to come forth to take over the responsibility of running the raceway. But when we're going to mandate it, when we're going to intercede right now and say we are going to make the decision, the heck with you, then please don't waste our time at these hearings with the Land Trust. Don't even do confirmation hearings anymore. Why don't you just get rid of it? Because you think this is more important so that you can make the decision. I'm disappointed, colleagues. I never thought I'd be in the floor of this legislature being the major advocate for the Chamorro Land Trust. But by doing this, you are abusing the authority. You create this, at least we didn't, I did. I can say I did. I don't know any other member here, maybe, unless Senator Tina can say she was there. But to do this today and to ignore the existence of the Land Trust, the commission members that sit there that we all say I did, so now we're so respectful to you. But we're going to do it, we're going to do it because we're going to do it. And you know what? How many weeks are we before the election? Yeah, that's what it's all about at the end of the day.
I yield my time to Senator Brown, Mr. Chair.
You yield your time to Senator Brown? Okay, Senator
Yes, sir.
Brown. Go ahead and continue.
Of all the things we're putting in this budget, trust me, Mr. Chair, there's some stuff in this budget I ID. But this in particular, this issue should stand on its own. It should be debated on its own. Then put all that on the table and make a decision. But we're going to mandate we shall, and they have a specific. Why don't we just get rid of the negotiation and procurement process and we'll just, all our favorite friends and relatives and connections? Why even bother? Let's just put in this budget bill who we're going to give the contract to by name. Why pretend? Why go in a circle? Just put it down. So we make sure our friends and our connections get the government contracts and the lease agreements. Why pretend? Because I'll tell you, in some cases, dollars to donuts, we already know who's going to get it. But we're so hypocritical. We act like we don't know and everything's all good and all proper on the top of the table. But the actual practice of what's going on here, this action today is an abuse of our authority. This has no business being in this budget bill. Be you an advocate for the Raceway Park, and like I said, I got nothing against the Raceway Park. I actually hope they keep it as a Raceway Park because of all the time and investment that has already gone into it. But let them negotiate that process. What are we going to do now? We are going to be the ones to negotiate the land trust? Or we're not even negotiating. We're mandating. We're ordering. We're ordering the Chamorro Land Trust what to do. Is that right? If we're going to keep in law the existence of the Chamorro Land, we went even to court all the way up the hill on the court. Because they questioned, someone dared to question the legality of the existence of the Chamorro Land Trust. And we had to go through that whole process to say, yes, that we're going to use this specific language so, we're not discriminating under the U.S. flag. And we talk about how we want to get infrastructure to our people. And we want to get the surveys, and we want to get the land, and we want to get the homes built. And we want our people to be able to have their farms so they can have subsistence, livelihood, because that's all good. But something as important as this, IAD, we're ready to intercede and use our power. I'm disappointed. If you vote for this, colleagues, I don't care, at least keep one face. Don't double face yourself or triple face yourself out there. And tell our people, I'm there for you. I'm there for you, my people. This is very disappointing. We can't even get the budget together. We can't even do that here. I don't care if we spend another 5 weeks here. But when we take things like this, that have no business in the budget bill, that are totally unrelated, issues as big as significant as this, like 200 plus acres is nothing. Who here has that much land in their back pocket? Masaya, some people are lucky if they have a quarter acre to stand on and have their name on it. But we're just going to give it away and say, hey, we're going to do this because we want to watch, hey, we want to go race. I got nothing against racing. I used to love it till I realized I better watch it because my bones aren't going to last. But this is wrong. This is wrong. And if you have any respect for your ancestry, if you have any respect for our Chamorro people out there that are still waiting from 1995, then think about that before you even vote on this resolution. Because I'm not the one, I'm not worried about facing anybody out there, but it's going to be hard for some of you to do that. And don't tell me you don't have our people knocking on your door wanting resolution on these issues or coming up to you saying, Anna, man, I waited in line and I'm already getting old, but can I get something for my grandchildren? Because we've not been able to address these issues. But we want to go in there and we want to take the land just like that so we can go race. I don't know what I've ever been most disappointed on the floor in my now upteenth terms here. But there's no place for this kind of legislation in the Budget Act. Because you have the power to do it is not the reason you should ever do it. If anything, be careful, be mindful of the power you've been given. We should not abuse it because the people have given it to us only for a time. We are only caretakers for a time. This is not our money. This is not our land. These are not our resources. We're simply here to facilitate that for them for a time. Some a little longer and some, surprisingly, will be a lot shorter. But we shouldn't be playing games with our people. If you don't believe in the land trust, then introduce a bill and repeal it and make it history. Make it gone. But don't stand on one side and say, I'm there for you, my people. I care about you, my people. And yet look at what we're willing to do. Just by one little action, let's get 8 votes on this floor and let's just put it in. Because we can. Let's go have a smoke and rub shoulders. No problem, I got you covered. There's no place for this, Mr. Chairman. And go ahead, colleagues, if you want to do it. Have at it. Because then our true colors of who and what we are will be seen. And if that's what the people want, they got every right. More power to them. But we should not be entertaining this amendment. We should not be abusing the authority that we have on the floor of this legislature to interject this issue that has nothing whatsoever to do with this budget bill. And let the Chamorro Land Trust Commission negotiate with this organization or any other. But when we're going to say this particular organization is going to get the contract and this is the way it's going to be. Hoffen a Klassen procurement is the? You got to ask yourself that question. Because, yeah, I'd love to see all our true colors come out. So obviously, Mr. Chair, you've gathered, I'm like in full objection. I'm even an objection to the Speaker's amendment to the amendment. Because I just think this issue has no place in this Budget Act. Let it see the light of day. Let the public hearing happen. You know, there's some people who want this Raceway Park for nothing, want to pay the Land Trust Commission nothing. And some of those that are saying that are the most privileged in this community. that got bigger bank accounts than anybody sitting in here. What do you say to that, Mr. Chair? Tay mamalao. So go ahead and colleagues, if you dare put this in this budget act, you're going to be the ones to carry it. I am so disappointed. Political expediency. We've seen this game so long. I'm tired of it. I hope our people out there are tired of it because this has no place. We should be here debating the budget, not sticking unrelated matters in because we want political expediency. I don't know about you, but getting people a decent home to live in, to me, should be a bigger priority. But let the Land Trust Commission make that decision. Unless you are willing, by all means, follow this and put a bill up to eliminate the land trust. Like to see that happen. But no, we want to play all different faces that we can put out to the people of Guam. How disappointing. So obviously, I have no support of this amendment, and I have no support of the original amendment, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Brown. Anyone else like to speak
Mr.
to
Chair,
the
point
amendment?
of order.
Ma'am?
Point of order.
Point of order?
The previous speaker is correct. This provision that's being proposed for the budget bill is not germane to the budget, and it has not had a public hearing, as I also said earlier. So I agree with her that it does not have a place in here, and I think according to what you also stated earlier, there is no public hearing on this provision, Mr. Chair. Not my amendment, the underlying.
All right.
I'm trying to make it better with my
Okay.
amendment, but I agree with her.
That-
That should be ruled out of order by
Okay,
you, Mr. Chair.
thank you for your point of order. Does anyone else like to speak to the amendment?
Mr. Chair,
Anyone else?
that's a point of order. You had ruled earlier on an objection raised by the Vice Speaker that if it had not had a public hearing, it should not be put into this bill.
Oh, hold on. Huh. Madam Vice? Okay. Do you have a motion or anything, Madam Speaker, that you seem to be so concerned about the amendment, but you do introduce 3 amendments to it?
Yes, I'm trying to make it more looking like the reflect something that actually did have a public hearing, because it did not, Mr. Chair, and it doesn't look anything like anything that has had a public hearing by this body. So
Understood.
you have raised this point earlier in our discussions of how we're going to treat amendments, and so she's correct. The underlying amendment has not had a public hearing.
I'm trying to follow what you're talking about. But does anybody else want to speak to the amendment as amended? Anyone else?
Then I'll ask for a recess, Mr. Chair. We can
For
play the
what?
tape back if you'd like.
I don't need to go back in time. Do you want to close on your amendment? So we can
Is
see
there an
if
objection,
people
sir?
will vote for it.
Is there
Mr.
a
Chair.
motion to recess, sir?
No,
Point of inquiry, Mr. Chair. Could you be consistent with the
Consistent of
rules?
what, Senator Barnett?
Just the
What
rules that you
consistency
laid
do you
out
want?
that, that would require a public hearing to be placed in the bill.
Requires a public hearing to be placed? There's been quite a few amendments. Just because you have a public hearing doesn't mean it needs to be placed. Now there's no public hearing on this one that the committee did not hear it. We don't want to place it. There's an amendment proffered by one of our colleagues. So why don't we just
Several.
entertain it and move on it? If you want to object to it, then object to the amendment. That's how the rules have been. I've never faltered from
Sir,
that.
if there's, on a point of information, sir,
Yes,
please,
Madam Vice Speaker?
if there's no further discussion on this amendment, please, I'm asking you either ask the author to close so we can vote and move
I
forward,
asked
sir.
that. If you, Madam Speaker, if you want to close on your amendment, so we can ask if there's an objection. If there's no objection, then it will pass. But if there is one, we'll see where the vote lies.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
All right,
So
thank you.
I would like to close on the bill. First of all, I believe a point of order was raised that the rules that you had stated earlier, that these miscellaneous provisions should
Sir,
have
on a
had a
point of
public hearing.
information, sir.
You're ignoring that now. Vice
Sir,
Speaker
there's
is
a point of
objecting to it
information.
now, but she was the one who raised it earlier, and I know that for a fact.
Or the motion?
I am talking about the amendment.
Then
No,
stick,
sir, you're not, because.
Are you raising something, Madam Vice Speaker? Because
Madam
I am,
Speaker,
I have
Vice
the
Speaker, are you
floor.
raising a point of order?
Yes, I am.
All right, stand by,
Sir.
Madam Speaker.
There was first a motion, and I'm just asking for clarification, and then she said she's talking about the amendment, and then now talking about the subject of this amendment not being in order. Is it her amendment not being in order, or the whole thing not in order? But if she is
The whole
going to
thing.
close, it's on the amendment, and move from there, sir.
All right, Madam Speaker, move on the amendment. Please close on your amendment, nothing
Thank you,
more.
Mr. Chair. That's exactly what I was doing, and I was concurring with the previous speaker on this amendment that is trying to make an underlying amendment in a budget bill by Senator San Nicolas to add in an entire provision regarding Guam Motorsports Association to give a very special deal to a very special organization, apparently, that has not had a public hearing, that is not at all similar to any bill that the Chamorro Land Trust has concurred with. And so I believe that it is correct to raise a point of order on this, Mr. Chair, and that you are being inconsistent by allowing this amendment. I also think on my amendment to it, I'm trying to make it better because it looks like you guys have some votes in here to put in our budget bill this special deal for this. It's not even a special deal to open the Raceway. It's a special deal to one particular association. And just in April, not even that long ago, there was another association, same people, different name, trying to open the racetrack with another deal, with other terms. And months before that, the commission...
Point of information, Mr.
Chamorro-
Chair.
Stand by, Madam Speaker. Senator Sinclair?
This is not a special interest kind of thing, sir. The people that are running are the only ones that can do such a sports like this. It's just the, so let's give them the support and let's get them
Okay,
racing.
thank you. Madam Speaker, please continue.
Sure. Since that point of information was raised, that this is the only people in Guam that can do this, what, get a special deal from the Chamorro Land Trust Commission? No, the Guam Racing Federation, very many of the same people were also before them in April. So apparently there are other organizations that can do this. There are, I'm sure, very many other legitimate organizations that are involved with racing
Stand by,
or
Madam Speaker.
activities
There's a point
related
of
to
information
racing
been raised
that
by
can also do this, Mr.
Madam Speaker,
Yes.
stand by. Senator Nicholas, you have a point of information?
Yes, sir. This nonprofit represents all racing.
All right, thank you. Madam Speaker, please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe this nonprofit was something that was just created in the last 60 days. It's got no record. It changes its statements, its representations, apparently. The same people who were representing themselves to be the only organization who could do it in April are now completely a different organization. So I believe that's very relevant because one of the things that the Chamorro Land Trust has to do when entering into leases, as the underlying amendment proposes, is to vet these people. If this is truly a nonprofit, if this is really an organization that has people who can be relied upon. And I'm just saying, they've changed since the hearing that I had on a bill recently. Even the parties have changed, Mr. Chair. So my amendment is to add in what would have been there according to the terms of the law by Tom Atta, according to the terms of the commercial leasing provisions for the Chamorro Land Trust in general, would have been there according to the bill that actually did have a public hearing. And I heard no objections. In fact, they promised They were not going to lease this property for mineral extraction. They promised this time, at least the people who were representing some of these associations at that time, on that day, they promised they did not need mineral extraction. They truly this time wanted a raceway. They wanted racing activities. They did not want to exploit the land, to rob the people of Guam of the revenue for their own special interests, and that they had no objection to the terms that were in that bill prohibiting mineral extraction. So that's the amendment, is to add back, as is consistent with all their leases at this time, a prohibition on mineral extraction, and that the CLTC will approve alterations to the property, and to remove the term non-commercial, because it's clearly not a residential or an agricultural lease, and I don't believe there is any such term non-commercial that the Chamorro Land Trust is using at this time. So
Is that,
this is a sacrifice that those 8,000 people on the application list waiting for leases since 1995 are making, that this property actually is usable for residential leases. And there actually have been proposals to use it, to convert it into residential properties. But the Chamorro Land Trust is interested in using at least parts of, or allowing parts of it to continue to be used as a raceway. But they do want that discretion, Mr. Chair. And so so I'm asking my colleagues to support this amendment to make this new amendment to the budget bill at least more amenable to the terms of the Chamorro Land Trust.
all right? That's the closing. Are there any objection to this amendment to the amendment? I see one hand in the, two hands in the back. All in favor of the amendment to the amendment? Please raise your hand. In favor of the amendment to the amendment? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Amendment fails. And just to bring some clarity, if you want to talk about something that didn't have a public hearing, there was an amendment introduced by the speaker herself. Notification of acting director, deputy director. That was in my committee. It didn't have a hearing yet. And we allowed it. So stop bringing up be consistent. It's there. Consistency is there. Let's move along. Now your next amendment, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And there was no point of order raised on that one, but there is a point of order raised on this one. So rules are rules, right? And the other thing, Mr. Chair, is that one, there is no special interest deal going on in there. That is an accountability, open government provision, allowing for transparency of the government, which is the opposite of what this underlying amendment
is this amendment number
actually,
two? Number two?
It's the opposite.
Is this the number two?
I'm talking, Mr. Chair, yes,
I want to know what
on number
amendment
two.
you're calling on.
Yes, well,
Okay, that's what I'm asking for. All right, go ahead and continue.
it's the opposite of this provision that they're proposing to put into the budget bill for one organization's special interests, in controversy of the mission of the Chamorro Land Trust, Mr. Chair. So the second amendment is to remove from the original proposal by Senator San Nicolas, it's to remove the words that the lease shall go to the Guam Motorsports Association or its successor entity. This is to allow the Chamorro Land Trust to lease. It would still allow the Chamorro Land Trust to lease the property for the purpose of operation of a raceway, related support facilities, and various outdoor events. And if this organization is indeed the only organization on Guam that is capable of Raceway activities, then they will get the lease, won't they, Mr. Chair? That's, so I'm just removing it so it's not such a blatant special interest, special terms, special rules amendment to our budget bill, Mr. Chair. I'd like to remove the name of that entity, allow the Chamorro Land Trust to vet the entities who they are going to lease to make sure these people, this is not even the entity that appeared before the Chamorro Land Trust asking for leasing of the property in April. Same people, different entity, and that's why I question it, Mr. Chair. It's like, there are some very, I think, well-intended people, part of this association, part of the previous association. The problem is, this should be up for the Chamorro Land Trust to decide. It's their property. If they're going to lease it and they're going to trust the people they're leasing it to, it should be up to them, and they should be the ones to decide that. And all the other terms are in there, Mr. Chair, as to what's the purpose of the lease, that they have to negotiate it within 90 days of enactment of this act, like they're putting fire to the Chamorro Land Trust for this. This is after many of these same people were on the board of the previous lease that was in complete violation, Mr. Chair. Same people. So that's my second amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Anyone like to speak on the amendment, to the amendment? I see none. Like to close on that, Madam Speaker?
Yes.
Senator Tello, you wanted to speak? Por favor, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's obvious, Mr. Chair, that this amendment, not this amendment to the amendment, though, the bill itself, I'm calling it a bill because technically it should be treated as a bill and not an amendment to a budget bill. I agree with that. But many of you guys received a letter from one of the, I guess, one of the spouses of who does the Raceway Park or was involved with it. Almost threatening. Telling us that if we didn't support this, that they're not going to support us in the election. For them, it was perfect timing. Perfect timing. Because it's an election year. This is the time we're going to push it through. We're going to push it through the budget bill. So you know it's a certain group of individuals who are trying to be get to the head of the line. We saw that in Chamorro Land Trust. Doesn't that remind you of anything? People getting to the head of the line? Put the two and two together. Chamorro Land Trust, people getting to the head of the line. And here this body is allowing somebody to get to the head of the line and stop it from there. Nobody else can get in line. This amendment, my good colleagues, is about being fair. This amendment is allowing anyone out there who wants to put a Raceway Federation together to go after this property. It makes it fair. You guys don't want to look like you're favoring only one group of individuals, especially when it's made up of those same people who violated the first agreement. My good colleagues, that was taking minerals out of a property that's over the aquifer, the water, over important water that we all use. So this amendment just clearly makes it fair. Fair game for anybody who's interested. You know, it reminds me of how in the extraction of these minerals that was discovered, it was brought to the Attorney General at the time. I believe the Attorney General was Levan Camacho at the time. It was brought to their attention about what was going on at the Raceway Park. And what happened, my colleagues? Nothing moved. Nothing. And you know why? We all know who Levan Camacho is related to. We do.
Mr. Chair.
So it makes you, no,
Mr. Chair, point of personal
Vice
privilege.
Speaker, are
Point
you
of
ready
personal
to
privilege, Mr. Chair.
allow me to finish,
Point of
please?
personal privilege, sir.
Personal privilege. Let's just have her
Point of
say-
personal,
Family member,
I did not say anything,
affiliation
Mr.
as
Chair,
a former
to her.
Attorney General.
I did not say
Senator
anything to
Terrell.
There's a
her.
point of personal
Let her
privilege.
just speak, okay? And
Sure.
then you can come
There's a
Personal
point of
privilege?
personal
Personal
privilege.
privilege.
But
When
Mr.
we, as
Chair,
an August body,
Mr. Chair, you
I
have
a
the
point
chair.
of personal privilege. Gavel
She
it down,
has
sir.
not.
Tello,
Gavel it down.
I
have
did
a
not
personal
say
privilege.
anything, Mr.
Senator-
Chair, about
Senator-
her.
Senator Tello, I'm not going to do what you did to another colleague turning off the mic. So please allow her to speak and let's just move along. That's all I'm asking you to do.
Why are you
Pause.
allowing a
Just-
personal privilege when I did
She's-
not say anything about her, Mr. Chair? That's what I'm
Senator-
trying to say. If you're going to be a
Senator-
chair and follow the
Senator-
rules, that's the
Senator-
rules.
Senator Tello,
Follow the
let her
rules,
speak.
Mr. Chair.
because even me, by personal privilege, even the former AG and the current AG is my cousin. So I'm just saying, pause, let her speak, and then you come back to you.
What
Okay.
does you being related to the former AG have to do with
Senator
anything?
Tydegui, please, Madam Vice.
You want to slam your desk down again and pout because you can't get your way, Vice Speaker? That's ridiculous. Grow up.
Senator Tydegui,
She should
please.
grow up.
Order out of order.
You're out of order. Madam Vice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On a point of personal privilege, it is this August body's responsibility when they speak to share in respect and collegiality. And if names were to be mentioned, it is not said, especially when dealing with cases that we're working with. I am only asking, I take this as a point of personal privilege because she is assuming and accusing that the reason why something wasn't done was because there was a personal relationship, and that is not right and fair.
Point of personal
That's-
privilege, Mr. Chair. Since we're doing point of personal
Sir,
privilege,
all right.
I have a
I'm
point of
telling- no, sir,
personal
I'm not
privilege,
done.
Mr. Chair.
No, sir, I'm not.
I
Stand
have
by.
a point of personal privilege,
That is
Mr.
why,
Chair.
sir, can you
Stand by.
please gavel?
I have a
Stand
point of
by.
privilege.
Can you let her finish?
Well, no, she didn't let me finish. I'm doing a point of personal
No.
privilege, Mr. Chair. She's
Talking-
accusing me.
Point of order.
She's accusing
Hold
me.
on, hold on, hold on.
Telling you.
Madam Vice.
I'm just sharing that out
Understood,
of courtesy and
but-
respect for the people in our community.
Point of
Yes.
personal
sir.
privilege,
Let
Mr.
her
Chair.
speak now. I'm going to share between the two of you, okay? And I'll come right back to you.
Sir, I don't ask for, I don't need an explanation.
Okay.
The
Of course
standing
not.
rules
Okay.
provides in the
Because there is
section, and
none.
it can be cited, you can ask legal.
Okay.
to
Point of
say
personal
why there's a
privilege, Mr.
personal
Chair.
point of
I just
privilege.
asked for a
All right.
And
point
I'm
of personal
asking
privilege,
that
Mr.
we-
Chair. You're not stopping
Hold on.
her.
Madam
You're not
Vice,
I'm not
stopping,
asking for a
yeah, you're not
response back from
stopping
you,
her.
sir.
let me call a quick recess.
Thank you.
Committee hall is called back to order. Senator Tide.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, let's
And
wrap
thank you
this
for
up.
that recess to clarify a few things. I appreciate it. Definitely trying to understand more why
Point of
any...
order.
Oh, sure.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Point of order now?
Yes, so
Madam
this is
Speaker.
from the standing rules. Questions of privilege shall be raised at any time. They shall be first those affecting the rights of the legislature and Guåhan collectively, its safety, dignity, and the integrity of its proceedings. And second, the rights, reputations, and conduct of members in their representative capacities only. Questions of privilege must relate to a person's public allegations of official misconduct against a member or relate to charges against their character that would, if true, incapacitate them from membership. Members are not entitled to the floor on a question of personal privilege unless the subject that they propose to present relates to them in their representative capacity. I don't believe that that was raised by the Vice Speaker, Mr. Chair. Merely criticizing a member's act in the legislature does not constitute a question of personal privilege. Accusing a person of disreputable conduct before that person became a member or similar criticism of a member personally and not in that person's capacity as a member does not constitute a question of personal privilege. So Senator Tide is correct, Mr. Chair. According to our rules, there is no personal privilege to name the names of public officials in the government of Guam by senators in the Guam Legislature. There's not even a rule prohibiting us from naming senators. But if we, unless we are going to accuse them of official misconduct, which no one was accusing any senator of, Mr. Chair, that's why I'm just saying
Thank you.
point of order, that
Thank
personal
you.
privilege should not be recognized.
Thank you for reading that. Now, can we continue and wrap up this amendment, please? Senator Tide?
Thank you,
Let's
Mr.
close
Chair.
it
And
up.
I thank the good speaker for reading that out. I appreciate her looking it up so that the listening audience can see that I did nothing wrong. But again, the truth hurts. And that's why people get so upset, when you're telling the truth about something and the reality is, and you're bringing it out to the forefront, things like that really, really sting. It's like, oh my gosh, they're revealing it. And I will not
Let's get to the
stop
amendment.
revealing anyone in this body.
Let's go to the amendment, Madam
Okay,
Senator
yeah,
Tide. Okay,
moving
please?
forward, like I said previously, nothing was done about the extraction of those minerals when it was brought to the Attorney General's office. Nothing. And like I said, why? It wasn't until we had a change, until the Chamorro Land Trust.
Senator Tide, the amendment is about striking the names.
Right,
That's all.
exactly. And the
So-
Chamorro Land Trust, we put them in place for a reason. We were just talking about how we were trying to get board members to come and participate, be a part of the community, and serve Guam into the best of their capacity. And we have people sitting on the board taking their time away from their families, from them working, from them being able to go out and get another job. They spend hours at the Chamorro Land Trust going and reviewing these documents. These are individuals who are volunteering their time to sit on the Chamorro Land Trust. You continue to do this and dictate them, we're going to lose more board members from other entities, other commissions. We're going to lose them because now we've got this body in there telling them, we want you to choose this particular individual Motorsports Association. That's what we're doing. But what this amendment will allow everyone here to have a good conscience and allow for free enterprise, allow for anyone, in democracy, to allow anybody to come and put in their application to the Chamorro Land Trust. That's all this amendment is going to do. And if this group, the Motorsports Association, is the Guam Motorsports Association, is the only one that has gotten together to create this particular group as a nonprofit organization or profit organization, whatever they come, because we don't have a whole lot of information on the Guam Motorsports Association, then at least let's give them some dignity and allow them to do it, not because a few senators here want to buy some boats. So, if you ask me, Mr. Chair, this is a compromise, And regardless of what I said, you want to make it personal or anything like that and vote no on this amendment just because I said what I said, then you're not working for the people of Guam. You're just working for your own ego. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to speak to this amendment, to the amendment? If not, Madam Speaker, if you want to close?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my colleague for speaking on the amendment. Again, this special interest sweetheart deal has been for a Raceway was done before to the great detriment of the Chamorro Land Trust and those waiting on the list. They even authorized another lease after that license had expired. Before they discovered the violations, they authorized another lease to that same federation. Again, many of the same members are members of this Motorsports Association. The legislature before us authorized a 50-year lease and told them to go negotiate with the Chamorro Land Trust. But the Chamorro Land Trust reported to us that those negotiations failed. And they failed because the Guam Racing Federation refused to agree to lease that was consistent with the law at the time. And the law at the time said no mineral extractions. And that's the particular part of the law that they just refused to follow and wanted the Chamorro Land Trust to enter into a lease to allow them to do that again. Their intention was very clear. It was quarrying above racing activities. That was their priority. And that's what we do not want to see, Mr. Chair, and that's why I offered this amendment that would take out any name of any particular association, still allow the Chamorro Land Trust to lease these properties for racing activities and related racing activities. So they will be getting what they want, but they will not be named in the law, so that the Chamorro Land Trust can negotiate with them in good faith. And they can listen to any other association that they want who comes in with a better deal. Isn't that what we want our Chamorro Land Trust to do when we are looking to them to fund themselves, to fund infrastructure? And especially when we're, looks like from these words, demanding that they give up this property that is available for potential residential leases on your terms. At the very least, you've already rejected the proposal that I took out the word non-commercial lease so that there were rules that they have to follow regarding the lease. You took out all the rules. Then they refused to put in the amendment that restricts mineral extraction. And now I'm trying to take out the name of one association so that this lease with no rules can at least be going to the best bidder. It doesn't even mandate that it go to the highest bidder. So it's going to be up to the Chamorro Land Trust, but it allows them to do what they're there to do, and to do what apparently maybe our legislature is not able to do. And that is to look at this without the pressure of people threatening that they're not going to vote for you in the next election. There are so many good faith efforts to help the racers open a track, but that's not what they wanted, Mr. Chair. They didn't want that bill. They didn't want the bill that says, here, go and negotiate in good faith, good terms. Anyone can negotiate. and go in and talk to the Chamorro Land Trust. And you've got 5 years to show us and to prove to us that you're not extra greedy and that you really do have racing in mind, not quarrying. It was quite reasonable, and the Chamorro Land Trust was in full support. But that wasn't good enough for them, Mr. Chair, because their name was not in it. They were not the only exclusive person authorized to get this lease. And again, it seems to me, because mineral extraction was prohibited. And now they want mineral extraction to be allowed again? Is that what the racers want? I don't think so. I think it's some of the leaders. Because the racers, they want to do their racing activities, pure and simple. I believe them. It's these people who insist on mineral extraction, who insist on dictating that there will be no rules to their lease, dictating that only they know how to run a raceway, and that the Chamorro Land Trust has no say in the matter. You know, it really makes me doubt the whole intention of it. And here I introduced a bill at the request of the Chamorro Land Trust to allow portions of this to be used for racing activity. But now, they want to shove some deal down the Chamorro Land Trust's throat. They want to tell them, this is your only entity you're going to deal, as if we have not learned our lesson. And even more egregiously, that we will allow those people who watched the violations occur to now lead this new association. And we, the legislature, are going to give them a special deal, like a reward. A reward for cheating the people of Guam. So I'm asking my colleagues to support my amendment number 2. Again, all this does is take out who they're going to lease it to and allows the Chamorro Land Trust to decide who they're going to lease it to based on what proposals they receive. Very simple. It's what we do with every other lease, Mr. Chair.
Is that it, Madam Speaker? Thank you. Anyone like to speak to the amendment? Or no, no, that was a closing. I'm sorry. Do we have any objection to this amendment to the amendment? There's 2 hands. All in favor of this amendment, to the amendment? Please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Amendment fails. Madam Speaker, you have one more amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment would remove, this would allow the Chamorro Land Trust to lease the property for racing activities. It would not designate who would be the lessee. It would allow them to negotiate the lessee based on proposals that they receive. It mandates that the Chamorro Land Trust must negotiate the terms within 90 days of enactment, but it includes a restriction that alterations to the property shall be approved by the CLTC. Very consistent for any landlord, Mr. Chair, and that mineral extraction is prohibited and shall not be included in the terms of the lease or license. Again, good faith attempt to lease this property in a way that is fair, a way that the Chamorro Land Trust controls, and a way that will honor the Chamorro Land Trust beneficiaries, Mr. Chair, who are those people on those lists waiting for residential property while we use it for racing and other activities. So I ask my colleagues, if you have good intentions, if they do not intend to use this for mineral extraction, you should find this reasonable. If you intend to allow the Chamorro Land Trust to deal in good faith with any competent association, then allow them to do that. There's no reason they should be forced to deal with persons who are under investigation for previous activity on that same property, Mr. Chair. So that's my amendment.
Thank
It's
you,
very
Madam.
clear that we've got the, I feel like well, that's my amendment, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Anyone would like to speak to the amendment? Senator Tyree.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I stand in full support of the amendment. It's such a shame. I know the good author of this amendment is doing everything possible to try and make this fair, to protect the environment, and to protect anyone who's dealing with the Raceway Park. I mean, it goes two hand. It's not just Chamorro Land Trust, but it's also the association who decides to lease the property. The liability is huge, Mr. Chair, especially when it comes to Raceway. Certain guidelines and rules and regulations will be put in place. And let's hope it does, because it is a dangerous sport. I know, I ride motorcycles. I'm a dirt bike rider. I've been doing that for years. Of course, I don't do it anymore because, well, just like, it's hard to even walk sometimes as I get older. But I enjoy this sport. I enjoy watching it. But we also have to be responsible in moving anything forward. And this is one way to be responsible, to allow these agreements. And again, the liability is huge. So I stand in full support, and I ask my colleagues, come on. This is not a slam dunk. This is not like, let's just do it and get away with it. We already got the votes. We don't need to worry about it, you know, and you can just sit back and relax. That's not what we were put in this. We were put here in this body to work hard for the people of Guam, to cross our T's and dot our I's. They expect that of us. The people expect us to ask the hard questions. They also expect us to use our wisdom to look at history and make sure we don't make the same mistakes. Not just a slam dunk. Yes, people are watching. And many of those voters, they don't go to the Raceway Park. They just want to see what's right, that what this body does is fair and just and has the best interest of the people. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak? Otherwise, Madam Speaker, would you like, Senator Nicholas.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make an amendment to the amendment. I'm okay with the amendment.
You can't make an amendment to the amendment.
Oh, to the amendment, to the amendment,
We have to dispose of this amendment first.
Oh, okay, well then.
Okay.
Oh, sorry then.
All right. All right. Madam Speaker, would you like to close on your amendment, please? Madam Speaker, will you close on your amendment, please? Because he can't amend your amendment when he's the original amendment. You have to close on yours, and then we can move on. Then if he wants to amend his own amendment, that's on him. But let's move on let's close on your amendment, Madam Speaker. Okay? Close. Madam Speaker, close on your amendment, please, so we can put it up for vote. Okay? Madam Speaker? Closing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I hope we've got full attendance for this amendment here going on. Full attendance, probably for the first time in this budget session. We've got full attendance. It's like this is the most important thing, despite being short $30-some million for GMH. This is super important to some people in this body. And I try to work very good faith and make it consistent with the Chamorro Land Trust request that if they are going to lease this out, let them be the ones to dictate the terms. If they're going to lease it out, let them be the one to choose who they're going to lease it to. They came in and gave us a history of the land trust and how many leases have been issued, how many they need, how they're planning to do that, how we're trying to put in the infrastructure. So they can divide up other properties for more residential tracts. This, again, this same property has proposals for residential use. But the Chamorro Land Trust was willing, at least in its testimony on previous occasions, they were willing to try again to lease in good faith for the purposes of racing, since the facilities are already built. But they very much oppose that they are going to be exploited again by mineral extraction, and that's what this amendment says, that mineral extraction will be prohibited, that alterations to the property will be approved by the Chamorro Land Trust. And that's why I asked my colleagues to support it. And it will be very, very clear what the real intention of this whole thing is. Is it really for racing? Or is it because they want to go up there and do mineral extraction again? Is it really for racing activities and the Chamorro Land Trust can lease to anyone? Or it's only for this one particular group of people with very many common people to the one who violated the lease in the past, that we want to give it to them. And we want to give it to them and allow them again to do mineral extraction. And we want to remove every commercial lease requirement by putting it to be a non-commercial lease, whatever that means. There's no such term, I said, for the Chamorro Land Trust except for residential or agricultural. So, I don't know, but it seems very clear to me by the fight we are having over these amendments, which to me are they're so innocent. If you really have good intentions, it should be so easy. Yeah, they came in and testified. They agree with no mineral extraction, but my colleagues are insisting that mineral extraction is part of the terms. That doesn't make sense to me. And it really makes me question again, who's speaking on behalf of this organization? Because the ones who testified that night said they were good with no mineral extraction. They said they were good with complying with the commercial lease terms, except for the cost. They didn't want to pay fair market value. That's, to me, the only hang-up that we should be stuck on is what are they going to pay? They said they could not afford to pay commercial lease rates. I don't think any rate was proposed to them at the time. They're just saying that. So what rates they want to pay, we'll see. But the rates that the new Guam Racing Federation had proposed to the Chamorro Land Trust, I think were more favorable than what, in April, than what this association had proposed in later months. That's what's going on, Mr. Chair. With every appearance before the Chamorro Land Trust, or apparently in their discussions with people in this body, they change their requirements, they change their intention, they change and they make it very clear. Racing's not the priority. This group is the priority. Mineral extraction has to be part of it again. This is how the new lease failed years ago. It seems like we're very, very intent on taking care of some people in our community at the expense of others, Mr. Chair. At the expense of others who are in the greatest need. So I ask my colleagues to please, let's get back to good faith intentions here. If they are good faith intentions, they should have absolutely no problem with any provision in this amendment. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On this amendment to the amendment, are there any objection? There are two hands that were raised. All in favor of this amendment to the amendment, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Amendment fails. Madam
Thank you, Mr.
Senator
Chair.
Snickers, Madam Speaker.
Yeah. So on the amendment, I think I still have time. Again, this amendment to the budget bill has no public hearing. This is very different from the bill that actually had a public hearing that would allow the Chamorro Land Trust to lease this property in Jigo for racing facilities. And many people came in and testified, I thought, in very good faith, saying, yes, we want to lease it. They told us how much they love racing, and that's what they want. They just want to race. They weren't interested in the special deals for anybody. They were not interested in allowing mineral extraction again. They were not interested in changing the lay of the property without the Chamorro Land Trust permission. They had agreed that they would absorb the liability. They agreed to all of those things in the previous bill, Mr. Chair. And I really hate, our budget is not perfect, but I really hate for it to be used as a tool for some just special interests again. When we already have a bill for the Raceway, we have a second bill for the Raceway with more favorable terms for the Guam Motorsports Association again. So there are avenues for those to be addressed without it marring our deliberations here and our budget. But again, we really do have, everybody's in the house today, Mr. Chair, for this amendment. It's discouraging, because when we were talking about some of these health agencies, there's so much moaning and groaning going on while I'm trying to speak. But it's just, I just don't understand. It really, I've been in this legislature for 7 years now. And this is the kind of stuff that really, I really feel we cheat the people of Guam this way. And I want them to know that's how I feel. I'm tired of pretending that there are any good intentions in some of these things. They actually are using the racers, I think, for their own personal interests. Because the majority of those racers that come to testify on these bills, they don't agree with the greed. They don't agree that there's only one group that can do it. They don't agree that mineral extractions must be mandated in order, and that we have to give them 250 acres even. They don't all agree on that. But it's very clear from this amendment on the floor, without public input, without input from the Chamorro Land Trust Commission, that this one group has the favor of some senators in here, worthy of all of them to appear. It allows them to not abide by any commercial lease laws. It allows, including not having to take care of liability for the government, mineral extraction, whatever they want. And the Chamorro Land Trust must do this within 90 days. Despite, I think this organization hasn't even been in existence for 90 days, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam
Thank
Speaker.
you.
Your time's up. Anyone else like to speak to the amendment? If not, you want to close, Senator? Okay, Senator Barnett, thank you for raising your hand.
Si dos masi, Mr. Chair. For me, it's not really an issue of competing bills or anything. I think just outright, it's not just the rules of engagement that you set forth, but also Public Law 3002 that says any bill that's introduced and is going to be put into the budget has to have been duly heard publicly or have a legitimate waiver for a public hearing. And this amendment, which is coming from a bill that was introduced, doesn't meet any of those qualifications. But yeah, this saga with the racetrack for me has been very discouraging. I agree with the retiring speaker who kind of categorized it as the rank and file racer is really being used by these special interests. When you go out there and you talk to the racers who don't own car dealerships, the racers who, don't own places that sell the motorsports accessories, they just want to see the track open. They don't care about the mining. But what they do notice is that what led us to this situation really was the greed of the previous leaseholders. I mean, they held that lease up there for many, many years, and there are little to no permanent improvements on that property. In fact, if you go up there and look at that property, the only work that was done over the years was the robbing of the People's Fiscal. That's where the most effort was put into this property. It wasn't on making permanent improvements for the racing community. It was on excavating these cliffs, that were 80 feet high at one point. And it was the hard work of the Chamorro Land Trust commissioners to go there and to investigate this that led to the revelations that ultimately led to this lease being rescinded. And so when I talk to the racers, they just want to see the track open. They don't have an interest in mining, quarrying. In fact, many of them understand that we went from a position of the Chamorro Land Trust Commission, which was basically hell to the no, never again, And through really the public outcry about the lack of a facility for these racers and the understanding that the Chamorro Land Trust commissioners had, that's what really was, to me, the impetus for them to kind of soften what seemed like in the beginning a stance that they didn't want to deviate from. And we went from them wanting to cut up that property and divide it into residential and agriculture lots, the whole property, to being willing to entertain the idea of subdividing that property, which isn't so different from this amendment. This amendment says the Chamorro Land Trust shall lease a portion of or all of lot number 7161 R1. And the bill that has been duly heard by the public authorized the Chamorro Land Trust to do just that. And in previous public hearings, the Chamorro Land Trust expressed a willingness to subdivide the property and to provide as much as 100 acres or more to any entity, not just the Motorsports Association that wanted to bid on this property and you know, try and get the lease for it. And the Chamorro Land Trust had testified in these public hearings that they could open this racetrack in 60 days. They could go in there, they could do the surveying, they could subdivide, they could cut out a chunk that the Motorsports Association people or any group really that has an interest and the ability to bid on this, to go in there and to open the track and to subdivide up to 100 acres for the activities of racing. And for me, when you go out there and you talk to the racers, that's what they want. What I think has really muddied the water and turned this into this special interest nightmare that is dividing this body. You know, people say we fight, but I'll just say, of course we're going to fight. Need some colleagues in here, like they only get excited to go to bat for the special interests. And so, of course, we're going to disagree. Of course, we're going to get into these arguments because it really is, for me, a very simple. It's right and wrong. It's right and wrong. You have this group, which again is comprised of mostly the leadership of this group is comprised of representatives from business entities that will make money off the property. And I'm not saying that's a crime or anything. It's a free country. But we saw this before where the previous leaseholders held events there, the accounting of funds that were supposed to be given over to the Chamorro Land Trust Commission. There is no accounting. There are no records that the land trust can look at and say, okay, you mined, so many tons of the People's Cascao, and we only got $2 million, I think was the number mentioned. And this was over the course of many, many years of this, the previous leaseholders having this property. So what this has turned into is really, for me, a competition in this body over, and not on my part, over who's going to kiss up to the special interest the most. Because it's not enough to have a bill that just accomplishes the solution to the problem, and the problem being that our people don't have anywhere to go race, that this property is up there, that we need to reopen the track. That's the solution, reopening the track. But apparently for this group and some of my colleagues, that's not good enough. Not only do we need to open the track, but we need to, and this association, they don't even know what they want. Out of one side of their mouth, they say, oh, we need a non-commercial lease because we don't know how much it's going to cost. And the Chamorro Land Trust has alleviated that concern by saying, we'll subdivide this property. You might not be able to afford the whole 250 acres, which again, if we do the appraisal on the property, which is the process, sure, they might not be able to afford the whole property, but the Chamorro Land Trust is willing to address that by subdividing the property down to something more manageable. And I think it's clear when you go out to that property, if you've been out to that property, I don't think there's a need for association or Raceway Federation to have possession through lease or whatever means of the entire 250 acres. It's clear if you go up to that property that a majority of that property was being used to mine the Cascal. And so what this has turned into for me is it's a nightmare of special interest. You got this association out there telling people, I got an email from a constituent, and the constituent said, oh, Senator Barnett, I was so happy to vote for you and excited, but now I'm questioning it because I hear you don't support the racetrack. And I had to reply, it's ridiculous. You have this group saying that senators who don't want to fall all over themselves and kiss up and give them the whole property and the keys to the kingdom and then throw a $300,000 cherry on top, that just because we don't want to do that and we want to be reasonable in seeking an actual solution to this issue, that somehow we are against the track. And I completely disagree, because the body has proffered numerous measures to solve this, and I'm a co-sponsor on one that the Chamorro Land Trust says will actually work. The Chamorro Land Trust says they actually support. The Chamorro Land Trust says we'll open the racetrack in 60 days. And again, through amendments that were not supported, and I don't know the reasoning. If this Motorsports Association in public hearing said, hey, we don't want the Cascal, we don't want the quarry, we don't want to do any mining, why would we object to removing it from the amendment? It just doesn't make any sense, unless you're objecting just for the sake of objection, because I don't think if it came down to a point of arguing or debating why you don't support these very reasonable amendments, that it could be justified. So those are my thoughts on the amendment, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Barnett. Senator Parrish, you wanted to comment to the amendment?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm pretty sure those that established the Chamorro Land Trust did not envision today to happen. I think this is the low point, the lowest point we've seen of the Chamorro Land Trust. Angel Santos himself said, if no generation has the courage, the conscience, and the conviction to right the wrongdoings of the past, then the next generation will have to live with the same injustice in the future. And so I just want to reiterate that the whole purpose of this land trust was to give land back to those which land was taken away. And years have passed and we have not accomplished this goal, the primary goal. What I see with this amendment, it's repeating the mistakes of the past, where we have given, or this body, not this particular legislature, but a permit was given to a sole entity, and they abused that privilege. They removed 4,680,186 cubic yards of material, or 85 truckloads a day for 15 years. And this is just the minimum amount that was extracted by the public. This is what the public auditor reported. And this permit was given to a sole entity. They had the full rights. And what this amendment is doing is repeating the mistake of the past. It's giving the full rights to one entity. No opportunities for any kind of competition. Who is going to give the best services, really? It's taking away the power of what our laws have given Chamorro Land Trust Commission to do. We are circumventing our law. That's what this amendment does. It circumvents the law. It circumvents the processes in place. It undoes the progress from what I see currently. We just went through a whole settlement with the US federal government, and Guam came out on a positive note on that one. And, you know, there are many sins of the past. It's going to take time to clean up. I don't think now's a time to go backwards and regress. There are ways to get this done, but not sacrificing our land, our principles as a people. And what this amendment does, it really muddies the water. It muddies the water because there are ways, there's responsible ways of doing this, and this makes it very irresponsible. It's undoing a lot of the good things that have come lately. I mean, you already could see the devil's in the details here. And notwithstanding any other provision of law. Basically, it's exempting all law. They can do anything, right? At this point, exempting any other provision of law, the Chamorro Land Trust shall lease 250 acres of land. If that is not special interest, I don't know what is. Nobody gets that kind of entitlement here. And now we're putting it into this Budget Act, in this very chapter, the miscellaneous provisions chapter. This is a theft. This is a disrespect. This is an undoing. It's going backwards. Let's do this right. And not go backwards. Angel Santos is probably rolling in his grave right now, seeing how low this body has come, this very hall that he occupied as well. Without him, this would not, this would not be available for us to give back to our people. $250 acres. For some who know football, that's over 151 football fields going to one entity without any competition. That is a crime. And this is wrong. It's absolutely wrong. Let's not repeat the mistakes of the past. Let's clean this up. Let's clean up the sins of the past. This would take us in the wrong direction. And I ask the body to really think. I mean, this could be vetted in a public hearing room, but this is not the place for it.
You have anything else?
So, yeah, I mean, I do want to raise a point of order, Mr. Chair.
Go for it.
So, according to public law 30 dash, sorry, I'm going to look at it really closely. Yeah, I'm just going to have to read it because I don't see it. Okay, so the public law is separate consideration of unrelated matters. Any bill introduced, considered, or passed by a legislature in Guåhan or any of its members shall contain more than one, shall not contain more than one subject matter and shall not contain unrelated subjects or pertain to multiple projects except for one annual budget bill and one supplement to the annual budget bill per fiscal year, except that the succeeding legislature in Guåhan, yeah, thank you for that. I could see it better.
Are you making a point of order, ma'am?
Yes, I'm making a point of order, and I'm
Okay.
citing the law, or
Go for it.
actually the citation.
Okay.
So this is 2 GCA, Chapter 2, Section 2108B, unrelated subjects to an annual budget bill or only one supplement to the annual budget bill shall be the same subject matter as the bill which has been discussed at a duly noticed public hearing, unless the public hearing is waived due to the existence of emergency conditions involving dangers of the public health or safety consistent with Section 2103, Title 2, Guam Code annotated. So I'm raising this point of order that this particular amendment does not comply with statute.
Are you done?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right.
But yeah, I'm raising the
Let's-
point of order.
okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr.
Let's take a quick
Mr.
recess.
Chair, before you
Yes,
do that,
Madam Vice.
on a point of order,
Okay.
I'm just wanting to ask the inquiry to the effect that, doesn't this amendment begin with notwithstanding
That's correct.
any other provision of law? So it does not need to comply with statute cited?
That's correct.
Thank you.
But we're going
Just
to
wanting
take
make sure.
we're going to take a 5-minute recess and then we'll continue. Committee of the Whole is called back to order. Senator Parrish, you called for a point of order. Are you going to declare that this is not germane to the budget bill or what? And I'll make
Yes,
the ruling.
that's correct, yeah.
All right.
Based on section 2108
Understood.
to GCA.
Okay. Well, I'm going to rule that it is germane, like I've allowed other amendments. If you want to overrule the chair, please make that motion. Senator Parrish?
I concluded my statement, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, wasn't there a point of order raised on 2 GCA 2108?
Madam Speaker, she made the motion that is not germane, and
Yeah,
I ruled that it's germane.
The germane is the standing rules, Mr. Chair. That's one rule that you said you are
Speaker?
ruling on. But she also earlier raised a point of order on 2 GCA 2108, which is about no public hearing. That's separate, that's different. Then the germaneness is one rule that you are
I already ruled.
saying that you're not going to abide by. That's in our standing rules. But 2 GCA 2108 is regarding a public hearing on the provisions, it's very specific provisions in the budget bill.
I already ruled on the germaneness. If you want to give another one, I'll rule it again. And then you can ask the motion to overrule the chair.
Yeah, so
right.
Mr. Chair, if I can repeat what I was, yeah, I read it into the record. So it states that a public hearing is needed and it must be waived based on emergency conditions. So I don't think we've had that waiver.
Senator Parrish?
Yeah, it's not based on germaneness,
Yes.
it's based on the statute.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So I did read it, I can read it again. So
No, you don't need
point
to
of
read
order.
it again. I heard you.
Yeah, point of order, basically, section 2108, unrelated subjects on an annual budget bill or only one supplement to the annual budget bill shall be the same subject matter as a bill which has been discussed at a duly noticed public hearing, unless the public hearing is waived due to the existence of emergency conditions involving danger to the public health or safety consistent with the previous section 2103, Title 2. So, being that this amendment did not have a public hearing, nor did it not have a waiver of emergency conditions, due to emergency conditions, I'm basing my point of order based on this statute.
All right, you're done? Are you done, Senator Parrish?
So, because it's statute, and we haven't passed the amendment, shouldn't we abide by the statute?
Senator Parrish,
can
are
we
you
check with-
asking me for germane? I don't need to ask
No,
anybody
it's not
else.
germane. It's the
Okay.
lack of a public hearing and the lack of a waiver due to emergency conditions. And because we did not vote on the amendment, the statute stands. Are we going to ignore statute?
Senator,
So if I can get a moment with recess
no,
with the
no, Senator
legal-
Parrish. Let me respond to your request, okay? I'm not going to entertain a recess, okay? The amendment says, notwithstanding any provisions of law. Let's start with that.
Yeah, but we
No.
didn't pass the amendment, sir.
We're
We
at
didn't pass the
we're
amendment.
at that motion right now.
A point of order based on statute. We have not
And-
passed the amendment.
And I've also ruled, okay, that is germane, and the notwithstanding provisions, any other provisions of law is what we're working with. All right? And if you want to overrule the chair, then make the
Point
motion.
of order, Mr. Chair, point of order.
Put it up, point of order, go for it,
Yes,
Madam Speaker.
put it up, point of order, because we don't seem to have any rules around here, Mr. Chair. She read a statute, 2 GCA 2108B, that says all amendments to or provisions in our annual budget or supplemental budget or any bill should be germane. If not germane, they can be allowed, if they're not germane, in only one bill, and that is the annual budget bill, but only if they've had a public hearing. And that's exactly what was raised earlier. So you can vote with 8 to waive your standing rules, but you cannot vote with 8 to repeal a law unless you're trying to repeal that. And you can't, by one provision in the bill, say that the bill is going to violate the law. This notwithstanding that you want to talk about refers to this one section of the bill. But it's the entire bill then that contains a non-germane, non-public hearing waived provision in contrary to 2 GCA 2108B.
Are you done?
So in order to be consistent with the law, Mr. Chair, on the point of order, I ask that, yeah, you rule that out of order, and we proceed with this budget, and we get it done.
Yes. All right. You're done.
Because I don't think it's
Okay.
important to ruin all the integrity of this process, Mr. Chair, for that one provision.
Madam Speaker and my colleagues, earlier identified a specific amendment that didn't have a public hearing because it was assigned to my committee. Okay? So,
Mr. Chair, point of
hold on,
information,
Senator
we're
Barnett,
discussing this amendment.
No.
That's
Senator
correct,
Barnett,
Mr. Chair.
I'm using an example.
Mr. Chair, please follow the
I
law,
already
Mr. Chair.
told the rule, the
That
germaneness.
point of order was not raised.
out of order,
It's being
okay?
raised right now. It can be raised at any time, Mr. Chair. And if you want to
And
go back
I'm
and
ruling it
reconsider
out of
things,
order.
let's do that. But
I'm ruling it out of order, okay? And I'm
you're
saying
ruling
that
the
this
law
is
out of order?
No, I'm saying that it's germane, notwithstanding
Yeah,
any
but
other
the law
provision of
doesn't,
law.
the law acknowledges that we can put non-germane into a budget bill if they have had a public hearing. So the point of
And?
order is on the law that says we cannot have a budget bill with provisions in here that have not had a public hearing. So let's fix that. Let's follow the law. And you want to point to previous provisions that no one raised a point of order? Fine, you want to go back, you're the chair, you can go back. We can rule on those. But no point of order was brought up because we couldn't find it, Mr. Chair. We raised the same exact position to you. So did the Vice Chair, Vice Speaker.
Mr. Chair,
People did.
can you please
We just need to be
proceed
consistent.
the vote? Yeah. First of all, Mr. Chair, this is not a bill, this is an amendment.
Yes.
This is,
No,
can you
the
please
budget
call for the
2
vote?
GCA
You made a
2108B,
ruling, ask for the
Mr.
ruling.
Chair, for those who
Please
can't
follow the
hear it,
standards.
it says
Again,
the budget bill,
it
the
refers to an
annual
amendment.
budget
Please,
bill,
Okay.
this budget
must contain
notwithstanding,
Speaker,
either
I'm going to
germane
tell you
or
on a point
they
of
must have had a public
information.
hearing.
Vice Speaker
One
and
or the
Speaker.
other.
Thank
Okay.
you.
I
Thank you,
didn't hear
Mr.
any
Chair.
point of order
Please,
or
there's a
anything to
vote.
interrupt
You
me,
tell her
Mr.
she's
Chair.
out of order, then we can go for the vote.
There's no vote when you're violating the law, Mr. Chair. You're just
It's not
supposed to
a-
comply with the law.
Sir, if the amendment is out of, if the motion
Is
is
that a
out of
point of
order,
order?
the notice, then you ask. You ask for them to make a motion to overrule the presider.
And
That
that's-
is,
That's what I've asked.
The presider can rule on the
I ru-
rules, but not on the law, Madam Vice Speaker. He
I
cannot,
said, sir,
he cannot rise
again.
above the law and say this is legal. That's not what he can do. That's not what the legislature can do. Not on one little provision. It makes the whole bill in violation, the whole budget bill.
Point of information, Mr. Chair.
again,
I think it's reckless
Go
to
for
just
it and
proceed
try.
in this fashion in violation of the law. Let's not be so desperate to push this special interest measure too that we're willing to
Mr. Chair,
ignore
again,
the, excuse me, I have the
going
floor.
off the subject, sir, Mr. Chair.
I have the floor, Mr.
Please
Chair.
Call for,
Stand by. Go ahead and finish. and
Thank
then
you
I'm
very
gonna-
much.
I'm gonna
Sidus
hear
Masi,
from
with
Vice
all due
Speaker.
respect. But let's not be so desperate to push this through that we're going to throw all caution and be willing to violate the law. I don't know how many more times the colleagues have to read you the law, Mr. Chair. Sidus Masi.
Thank you, Senator Barnett. Vice Speaker, you're wanting to speak? Madam Vice? Turn on your mic.
there are reasons.
Is this a
on
debate,
but
Mr. Chair?
Sir,
On my point of order?
okay.
Madam Speaker, wait for, and ako kumentus tata liliko.
No,
Let her
because
speak.
I raised a point of
No,
order,
you
which
already
is
did.
according to our
That's-
rules,
And I already ruled on that, Madam Speaker. Let her speak. Everyone wants to speak. I allow each one to speak. Allow
Sir.
everybody to speak.
In this process, that's why there's a severability clause. I guess someone refuses to hear it. You have a process. This is why we're here. There is rules, and the process is, if you make a decision from the floor, from the chair, and they don't like it, you can have the motion to rule it out of order, and that's the process you should take. Notwithstanding, you can do all of that. You can throw everything in the kitchen sink with the notwithstanding order. So I ask you, sir, to go back through the process. You made a ruling, and I'm asking you, ask her to overrule the presider if she doesn't like it.
All right.
If we don't like the law
Okay.
being
Hey.
violated? Yeah.
Madam Speaker, do you want to rule me out of order? And
No, I'm asking you to follow the law.
I'm
of
following
course.
the rules so we can get, okay, just, is there a motion to rule the chair out of order?
Mr. Chair, you may be following the rules. You're not following the law.
Ooh, day. Is there a motion? Is there a motion? If there's no motion, we will proceed on with this amendment. All right? Now, are there any objections to this amendment? You have an objection. All in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand. To the amendment. To the Snickers
Chair?
amendment.
Mr. Chair, if, point of inquiry, Mr. Chair, we're ruling on what? I mean, you're asking
We're
for?
moving to the amendment.
The whole amendment as, okay.
The amendment as stated by Senator Snickers.
Oh, okay. Well,
Okay.
no, I haven't spoken yet. So I raised my hand earlier to speak. I've spoken on the an amendment to the amendment, but I haven't spoken on the bill, on the amendment as a whole.
Okay.
So I don't know why we're doing a voting.
well,
I know the confusion back and forth, you know, when you have someone who's,
Okay,
you know,
you want to speak?
pouting and screaming, you can't hear anybody. So I haven't
Do
spoken.
you want to speak? Go
Yes,
ahead and
absolutely,
speak. Go ahead and
absolutely.
speak, Senator Tideway.
Especially now getting a phone call from Ronald Laguatnia, who's watching, and the people of Guam who are watching. He told me that not only it's so disingenuous, it's an injustice. He says that the Chamorro nations, they're all calling everyone right now to watch the session. His friends in the Chamorro Nation and members of the Young Men's League of Guam that are watching right now. And so disappointed in throwing Chamorro Land Trust land like it's nothing, like you can play with it here and do what you want, without even allowing the Chamorro Land Trust to decide on this property. They've been overseeing this. They've been trying to do their very best to follow through on other properties that are out there to make sure they're following the guidelines and rules and regulations. Even one of them uses his own personal property, it's a drone, to look at these properties and report on it to the board. Mr. Laguatnia is so upset right now. He's calling every single person on his list to say, watch those senators who object to these amendments. Watch those senators that are going to support this particular amendment. They could care less about the Chamorro Land Trust. They don't care about the Chamorro Land Trust. This is his words. He had some other words, but I don't think I should share that. We all know Mr. Laguatnia and how passionate he is about his culture, about things that have been put together to perpetuate not only our language, but our customs, our traditions. He's very vocal. And he can bring a slew of individuals down here and protest. We saw it up in the balcony. I believe it was just last year. They all came in groves to protest when this body decides to take it amongst themselves, when an injustice has been done, especially when it comes to anything that deals with ancestral lands, Chamorro Land Trust. He's so disappointed. And he too will remember. Every single one, because this amendment will be objected to. And he's standing there, and make sure, Mr. Chair, you don't gavel down too quickly so that they can do the count of all those people who are watching. Again, he says, he's called the Chamorro Nation Group. He's called members of the YMLG and other people that has a stake in perpetuating our Chamorro lands, our culture, and our traditions. This bill should have a public hearing. See, I keep calling it a bill because everybody knows it's like a bill. It should have a public hearing. At least have a public hearing. But everyone is just, no, I'm just going to vote yes. I'm going to vote yes for this amendment because, already made a promise. Even though these amendments made sense, even though they made sense, people are just too stubborn to oh, no, it has to be that way. Because she said over there, or he said over there. You ever wonder who's making the minds up, or decisions for some of us colleagues? Ever wonder how they make their mind up? It doesn't have to do with research. No, it just leans over to the friend of yours and asks them, hey, how are you going to vote? The people of Guam don't deserve people sitting in this body. You can tell who does their homework. You can tell who researches. You can tell what senators go out to the public and speak to them. You could tell those senators who work hard and who are not afraid to speak up. Mr. Guåhan, I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best to perpetuate the Chamorro Land Trust, the Ancestral Land Trust, and I ask, please, for those sitting on the board, don't give up. Don't quit because of some of these people in here who don't respect what we did to put you in that position to make decisions. Some of us are trying very hard to try and do what's fair and what's right. And those who are listening, don't lose faith, because the good will prevail with your help. Mr. Chair, I don't know if it's already been, my time is just about up, but I don't know what else to say. I'm just so disappointed, and would hope people realize that what we were trying to do was make it fair and just and allow the Chamorro Land Trust to make that decision and negotiate. It's very simple and plain, very simple, and it makes sense. But unfortunately, this body seems to have no common sense. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Tyree. Anyone else like to speak to the amendment? Senator Brown?
You know, I have to say, Mr. Chair, this hasn't brought the best out of us today. And you know, let the cards fall where they may. My gosh, if we gotta worry about everything we do, and yet we don't choose to do the right thing when we have the opportunity, because this deal's already cut, people of Guam. For those of you that are going to raise your hand and allow this to happen, and maybe, Speaker, you need to take this to court if it's against the law, because some of us think we got more power sitting here in the floor of this legislature. If you need help, let me know. I think I have some reserves in my office account, if that's what it takes. I don't know what to say more than I said earlier. I'm disgusted. But hey, us women in here are old hags. Is that what my Julia colleague said earlier? That's the kind of nonsense that comes out of people's mouths on the floor of this legislature? Women of Guam out there, when you reach a certain age, you're going to have a senator in here that's going to call you an old hag for relaying your comments on the floor of this legislature, which we each have a right to do. And by all means, the rest of you got principles, stand up and be counted. Get on your soapbox. But no, we sit in silence, because how do we justify our action today? It's going to be a little hard. It's okay, Mr. LaGuardia, are you really out there? Right now, I got colleagues in here that don't care because the deal's been cut. I'm not against the Raceway Park. I want to see it continue. I hope they work it out and continues as a Raceway Park, and we can get back on with the bigger business of running this island. But I'm disappointed in the author that introduced this bill, this amendment, in this Budget Act. Because we want to get what we want to get, but we don't want to do it the right way. That's what's problematic today. Why not? We have more public hearings for those of you that attend. But most of you don't attend, right? We bail out of here. We're not going to stay a few more hours at night to go to another public hearing. Because we want to make the racers happy, and people, Chamorro Land Trust, locals, they're not paying any attention. Who cares about them? Until we need their support. I don't know what's so difficult doing the right thing. You each know what it is, but when the time comes, we're worried about the politics, our egos, our self-importance, and who we are. But women of Guam out there, you're a bunch of old hags, right? Because we can't think of a similar word to say to men, right? When we want to be disrespectful, when we want to be disatento. If you're uncomfortable, by all means, be uncomfortable. Go ahead, pass this amendment. You think the problem's going to go away? You probably just started something out there that's going to make a lot of people who are concerned about this issue upset with you. What a shame. But by all means, you want to do it under the table through this process, then go ahead. Let the people of Guam see who you truly are. Because I'll tell you, we got no right to sit here if this is the kind of nonsense that we're going to do, and then we tell the people we're there for them. Election or no election. I don't know why it's so hard to do the right thing when the time comes. But that's all of you. That's each of you, colleagues. Trust me, if there's any issue on the tongues of our people today, tomorrow, the next few days, probably going to be this session this afternoon. Because I want to know which ones of you are going to vote and put this on without going through the process and having this be heard by the people. And I want to know which ones of you are willing to sell out the Chamorro Land Trust and the Chamorro people of Guam. Some of you got more Chamorro blood than I do. I don't know, heck, it's our Chamaulis in here that are speaking up. I don't know about Senator Paris, but what a shame. We think we can be political chameleons and accommodate left, right, up, and down. And we want to throw this in the Budget Act because we can. We're going to do it. And it's still wrong. But go ahead, guys. Show the people of Guam what you can do with the power they have given you. Go ahead and abuse it. Because you can. And it's still wrong. And we're still not here debating what we should be discussing is the budget and what's going into the budget. But no, we want to slip and slide things like this in here. But you know what? Sometimes maybe our true colors need to come out so everybody can see them. Because I don't think this is the end of the issue. This problem ain't going to go away. And like I said, if you really don't support the land trust, then get an amendment or hey, get a bill better and introduce it and get rid of it. Let's not pretend. Because that's what we're doing. We pretend we support the land trust and the Chamorro people, but you know what? When we want that piece of property, when we got that deal to cut, no, they don't matter. Who cares about them? You know, because we got the power to do it. This amendment has no business in this Budget Act. And if you guys want to go ahead and play your game, then I want to see the votes. I think the people of Guam out there want to see the votes too. At least they know and will know who we are. But I stand in opposition to this amendment. I don't know if I've probably been a long time since I've been this adamant about something. And I have to tell you, as I mentioned earlier, I never thought I'd be the champion on the floor speaking out on this issue. But that's for you each to decide, and I'm sure ultimately the people get to decide. So I am absolutely, Mr. Chairman, in objection and in opposition, obviously, to this amendment that's been put forth.
Thank you, Senator Brown. Anyone else would like to speak to this amendment? I'm looking around. Senator Blas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, Mr. Chair, I think that we've belabored and beleaguered, bewondered this whole amendment, basically almost going on 2 hours, if not more. And yeah, right off the bat, I'm going to tell you, okay, with regard to the bill, I'm a co-sponsor to the bill. Because I believe, yeah, that give them that opportunity to be able to work with the Chamorro Land Trust and get the track back on, the racetrack back on track, well, no pun intended. And that, I think in the discussion over the last 2 hours, we basically lost sight as to what the intent of the bill, you know, the history of the bill, the history of the intent, because we were concerned about that this bill, this bill didn't look like my bill, or this bill didn't address what my bill addressed, or this bill didn't have the proper hearing. And in the minutiae and of all the discussions and of all the arguing and fighting that occurred, we have to go back to the root, not just of the bill, but of the process. And you know, Mr. Chair, as much as I would like to see the passage of the intent of the amendment, And yes, there were some measures, there were some amendments that were proffered that, okay, that's more palatable for me too as well. So I'll vote for it. But then it went back to, okay, one of the discussions was the germaneness. And I have to agree that granted that there's a notwithstanding provision, and you know that's the problem with our with you know legislation nowadays. We're at notwithstanding. There comes a time when we're going to need to be able to recognize what the law says and follow it. And if we don't like what it says, never mind the notwithstanding, change the law. That's what we can do here. But that said, is that I'm very much concerned that in the placement of this amendment, granted that there's a bill, and I was hoping that we could hear, as was provided in previous discussions on previous matter, that we'll hold off on this measure, we'll hold off on this amendment, and then I'll put the public hearing together, and we'll have the public hearing. Post haste. And we can do it that way. But for the sake of not wanting to jeopardize, and I hate to say this, but subsection 2108, Title 2, Guam Code Annotated is really clear. And I know that you ruled on it. I didn't agree with it, but I need to bring this up. Because I don't want, as a result of that, and any legal challenges that can come as a result of that, that everything that you've done for this thing becomes moot. So I'm hoping that sometime between when I'm done here with what I'm saying, what my time, and the time to be considered the measure, that there is some degree, some compromise that it doesn't lose sight of this. There are many people that are out there that it doesn't matter. They just want to race. But there are many other issues that need also to be discussed to make sure that their desire or their want need to be to race, to have a racetrack open, is, you know, that we can entertain it in a proper way. So that there is no legal argument, there is no, it doesn't, there's nothing that stops it. I know, you know, the discussions, I know what's been happening with regard to the concern that it's not being heard by the committee, and that there's a desire for one bill over another, but let the body decide that after both bills have had its proper day in court. Proper day is in public hearing. And I'm going to apologize to the mover of the amendment that I said initially that I was going to support this. But, however, it's the value of the debate and the value of the discussion that we had on the floor. And I'm going to admit that. It doesn't stop me from saying we want to move forward in making sure that the ability to have the park, the racetrack, the Raceway Park back up and running. I think if there's anything, I don't know whether I was supposed to be able to, for the purposes of disclosure, if I was supposed to mention this. Raceway Park, as it stands right now, is named after my grandmother and grandfather. So, yeah, for me, it's personal. It's continuing their legacy. But I want to make sure that their legacy, that if it's going to continue, I want to see it done. But I want to make sure it's done the right way. So with that, Mr. Chair, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak to the amendment? I'm looking around. Anyone else like to speak to the amendment? Senator Dwayne Snickers, you can close now on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It was about Saturday when I went to the Raceway meeting. And as I entered, I sat and listened to what they were saying, and everything has been done to stall the Raceway's renewal. Just every roadblock you can possibly imagine. You just watch in here who's stalling, who's holding this back. They point fingers at you, say special interests. Oh, this is special interests. But the real special interest is the special interest you do not see. These racers have come before us many times. Many times. They say that, oh, who are these people? You know, they're a bunch of, you know, who are they? These guys got a bona fide revenue tax identification. They have a business license as a nonprofit organization. These racers are not the guys that initially these guys had an issue with. They talk about quarrying and mining out there. Man, if there was gold up there, I'd be first to buy stock. It's just Cascal. And the misinformation that's coming from this special interest group that's protecting this property, para hodzi, para ocho naman rico. They took pictures and they show all the excavating that's happening around there, and you know what? It's happening on private property adjacent to the Chamorro Land Trust property. And yes, they pointed that out. $2 million have been paid to the government of Guam. $3 million. Just heard somebody in the background. Thank you, Madam Speaker. All the monies that have been paid to the government, there's thousands of acres still in the CLTC, but who's the chair? Who's the chair? And why haven't those other properties been sent out? Why this one? Why? Because white kids play on it? Because Filipino kids play on it? You guys want to make this a race issue? You want to make it an ethnic issue? You know, I go to parties sometimes. Chamorro party, and I ask my wife, where are the Filipinos? You know, there's all Chamorros here. Go to a Filipino party and there's no Chamorros. It's like, man, we need to get these guys to come out and be friends with each other. You know where that happens? Where every color under the sun plays? At the Raceway. Go up there. I was up there. Blacks, whites, Jews, Gentiles, Protestants, and Catholics are up there. Everybody, every race. Defending the Raceway is the most American thing to do. And you stole it, and you stole, and you stole. That's all you're doing. And you talk about special interests? It's people of Guam, look at who's talking. The special interest is the one you don't see. I have only one fight here, and it's for the people of Guam, and it's for the kids. I sat there at that meeting, and I saw all those kids there. You want to have a fight? Let's fight, and I'm going to go all at it because it's for the kids. At that meeting, Senator Parkinson came up with the 3 ideas of how we can move this measure forward. 3 ideas. You know what I did? I went home that night brainstorming how to do this. I Googled Congress. How can you put a measure? Well, you can put a measure and change policy in a budget bill. Congress does it. Germane this, germane that. You know, there's one person in here I can honestly say does not represent special interests, and that's me. I do not wake up. I don't have no handlers. Nobody calls me on this phone saying vote this way or vote that way. Only my wife does. She better vote for that Salvation Army amendment. I do. You know, that's why I sleep good at night and I can be back here and I can say exactly what I want. Because I don't answer to nobody. Only the people. And the people want this. They need this. There's a reason why it existed in the first place. Everybody want to obfuscate, make this a race thing, call the people that are working on this, you know, nobodies, you know, who are they? Look at the intent. The intent is to get this through before Christmas. I just want them to play. I just want them to have a place to have their recreation. Nothing more. Nothing more. They say, oh, there's going to be some dredging and mining. Well, the intent of the amendment here says they can negotiate the lease. Nothing here says that they can mine it. With the Chamorro Land Trust, they can negotiate that in the non-commercial lease that they will not mine. Nothing here prohibits that. But yet they want to tell you that, oh, mining this, mining that, I'm trying to save the world, trying to do this. But nothing here says that. The Chamorro Land Trust can negotiate the non-commercial lease. I'd like to thank Senator Amanda for the inspiration for this amendment, and I'm asking you all to please. There's like 600 acres down in Santa Rita, Chamorro Land Trust, Parks and Rec. There's a lot of land out there, but this particular one, somebody's pulling strings in here not to give it to the racers. I'm asking you, let's give this property back to the racers. Let's get them off our streets so they can have a recreation place for their own. And I ask for your support. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Nicholas.
Point of information, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
The land was given to the Chamorro Land Trust Commission decades ago. It was given there to rectify an injustice that was done decades before that. It was an injustice done to the Chamorro people of Guam. Yes, the Chamorro people of Guam, the injustice was done to them. They're the ones whose land was taken, and it's a very American thing to support the rectifying of injustice as well. This whole Chamorro Land Trust program is to rectify that injustice, Mr. Chair. And normally, this is the Guam Legislature. We recognize that. But if we want to help promote the injustice, we've been trying to rectify that for years. This is a land restoration program. It's a land restoration program.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. The author has closed.
Point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All
It's
right.
a land restoration program.
Okay, are there any objections to the amendment? Proffered? There's an objection? Can I see a hand? I see, okay, I hear one, okay. Now, all in favor, please raise your hand. All in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Motion passes. My colleagues, we will now recess till tomorrow. I move the time to 8. Hopefully we will start by 8:30, but we'll move to 8. Thank you. See you tomorrow morning.